to an event like this. And we have world number one Scottie Scheffler, who's been number one for 12 straight majors entering these weeks, who is the defending champion here, and world number two Rory McIlroy, who's coming off a second consecutive Masters win. That's pretty good.
Well, then you could throw in the likes of Cam Young, Matt Fitzpatrick, how well they've been playing. The list goes on and on. It's always a good thing when you come into these big championships to have your guys at the top of their games. And I think that's what we're in for this week.
It's so hard to imagine one or both of those two not being in contention coming down the home stretch on Sunday. Just the way these two have dominated these events over the last few years. Scheffler and McIlroy, they've combined to win 4 of the last 5 major championships. Of course, Rory with the back-to-back Masters. The only players with 10 or more wins on tour since 2022. Scheffler has 20 wins in that time span. Scottie, 63 straight weeks where these two have been number 1 and number 2 in those official world golf rankings. Rory celebrating that second consecutive Masters win in April. It is just amazing. The dominance, not just overall on tour, but in these major championships, these two have been in a class of their own.
This is what you wish for as a golfing fan. Your big-time players to be showing up at the big-time championships, and that's exactly what they've been doing. You know, their games are built in a manner such that they're primed for these events. So much of winning these events is about controlling the golf ball, the distance, putting it in the right place, and these guys are excellent at that.
And what are we? It's just after 6:30 here in the morning outside of Philly. Rory tees off at 8:40 a.m. So we're going to see Rory McIlroy begin his quest for another PGA Championship in just a couple of hours. These two players have dominated so many of the headlines coming into this, and rightfully so, as we welcome in both Marty Smith and Jeff Darlington, who are with us live this morning. And Marty, it's amazing, right? All the charisma and the talent of Rory McIlroy. One of the biggest stories this week had to do with Rory's little toe and how he's feeling.
I shouldn't laugh, Dave. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the driving range here at Aronimink. And Dave, you're right. I mean, it has been one of the biggest stories. Rory has been dealing with a blister on the right pinky toe, and it has given him tremendous discomfort throughout this entire week here at Aronimink, to the point where he actually discontinued his Tuesday practice round after just 3 holes. After that, he goes back to the locker room here. He tries on several different types of Nike golf shoes and ultimately chose one that has much softer leather and a much wider toe box to give his foot more room to move around in there. And that seems to have remedied the situation. I walked 3 or 4 holes with him here yesterday during his Wednesday practice round, and all I saw was laughter with his buddies and a complete stripe show. So we'll continue to monitor this throughout the day here as he walks 18 at Aronimink. And the person he will be chasing certainly is defending PGA champion Scottie Scheffler. Good morning, Jeff Darlington with more on Scottie.
Well, Marty, a different type of adversity facing Scottie Scheffler as he begins his championship quest. And I can tell you he had a conversation with his wife Meredith last week, and Meredith said to him, "Hey, Scottie, did you know that you're the first player in PGA Tour history to finish runner-up in 3 straight tournaments?" Scottie was like, "Thanks for that bit of information." Not quite the type of history that he wants to be on, but he did point out the fact that he feels like he is very close to getting that win. He said that in a lot of these past 3, including the Masters, he went into Sunday really not in great contention and had to fight back. He said he feels like there's not that much to clean up. If you're finishing 30th, for instance, there's a lot more to clean up. He feels like he is that close. He did point out that it is bittersweet to finish in second place, not something that he wants to get used to. But as he told Meredith, usually if you're finishing runner-up in 3 straight tournaments, the win is coming. Scottie hopes that win comes here. Dave?
All right, Jeff, thanks very much, and thanks to Marty as well. Of course, we're covering the entire first round here at Aronimink, but who are some of the players we're going to see in this first round? Well, how about the group that is going off pretty soon now, just about an hour away? Gary Woodland, Jason Day, the 2015 PGA champion. Sam Burns, we know the greens are going to be a story, David. Sam Burns, you could argue, one of the best putters in the world.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a major tool this week. You've heard the players talk about it all week, that's going to be a big part. Typically in these championships, it's about hitting the ball. You know, you have to really hit it great. You're going to have to, don't get me wrong, but you're also going to have to be on top of the putting aspect.
You're also going to see Bryson DeChambeau, 2 straight runner-up finishes at the PGA Championship.
Yeah, I think he's played really well on LIV this year. Makes headlines off the course, talking about coming back, whatever you want to call it. It'll be interesting to see how he manages and navigates this golf course.
Oberg and Fowler, Ricky Fowler playing some of his best golf in a long time. 9 career major, top 5 finishes, has never broken through. Who knows, maybe this could be the week for him. How about at 8:29 Eastern, Schauffele will be playing with Koepka in that.
Yeah, I think Brooks Koepka is one to keep an eye on to see how he comes into this tournament, how he plays, because, it wasn't too long ago that we talked of him the way we're talking of Scottie Scheffler, and he was on top of the world.
Koepka's really been hitting the ball well. Maybe hasn't totally gotten the results to follow. Tyrrell Hatton, one of those players in contention for best player never to win a major championship. And then, of course, at 8:40 a.m. Eastern, a powerhouse group of McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of eyes on this group, a lot of eyes on Rory. The freedom he gains from not only last year winning the career Grand Slam, but then following up again with a repeating at the Masters. Be interesting to see. John's been playing well also. He is a big-time player, 2-time major champion. You'd expect nothing less than a good week from him. And Jordan Spieth, there's a little bit of a question mark. He hasn't been playing quite as well as you might expect. The putting has been a little bit slack. And he's chasing the career Grand Slam once again this week.
Some true history. Can you imagine if he's in contention on Sunday? Just one piece of the puzzle left for Jordan Spieth. When we come back, early morning Thursday at the PGA Championship, we're going to take you through this classic Donald Ross design, tell you about some of the characteristics of Aronimink, big part of the story here, and then also tell you the story of local pro Braden Shattuck, who's going to have the honor of hitting the very first shot of this PGA Championship, and that, of course, is just moments away. All right, we're back here live. The first shot of the PGA Championship now inside 5 minutes from Aronimink Golf Club, a classic Donald Ross design. Aronimink, some of the features of this golf course, it hasn't hosted a major in a long time. 174 bunkers. There are only 2 holes really where water comes into play. Number 10 and the par 3 17th. Great finish here at Aronimink. Huge Donald Ross style greens. Largest on tour this season with lots of contours. 4 different holes have been lengthened by 25 or more yards, 7, 10, 15, 18. So the course is longer than it was the last time many of these pros were here back in 2018. Well, as we count down to the start of this first round on Thursday morning, we have Susie Whaley, John McGinnis, Billy Kratzert out on the golf course with us. Susie's at the par 3 fifth, and Susie, the par 3s are a big part of the character here at Aronimink.
Yeah, huge part of the character, but this particular par 3 is the shortest of the par 3s. They'll hit a short iron in here, easy for the PGA Tour professionals, or so we say. Short-sided left, this is just 5 off the left-hand side. Anything 5-6 paces right, however, if you were to throw the ball up this spine, this could travel a good 40 feet off the right if it hits that spine and continue to go. As they head off 5, they certainly want to make their 3 or even 2 here, because they're headed to the 8th par 3, 242 yards. The most brutal par 3 out here.
And Susie, I'm here at the 11th, and there's been a lot of talk about the greens, and probably the most chatter about a green has been here at 11. But today's whole location, it's going to be in that back left corner of the green. Guys playing it downwind, they're going to be able to go ahead and take it up there on that left-hand side, and this is going to work its way all the way back to the hole. So you can get it close here today, but this is the mistake. This is the mistake that the players cannot make. You cannot come up short here, because if you drop it here, that's going to go 50, 60 yards down the fairway, and then you're busy trying to get the ball up and down. Now let's check in with John McGinnis.
I'm here at 17, actually in the grandstand. This beautiful par 3 that cascades down the hill over the water. And this is the spot up there where Travis is. He can look over to his left, and that's the 8th green over there and the 10th green. So from up there, you can see birdie putts on 8, on 10. You can also, as you come back, 17 comes this way. Number 9, just below Travis, crisscrosses over 17 with the wind coming out of the left today. If you're sitting up there where that camera is, balls, especially for guys that work it left to right, they're going to buzz the tower. You're going to hear the balls going by coming into 9 fairway. If I were a spectator, I'd be right up there where Travis is, and you can see most of the golf course. Heck, I could even see Billy Cratchit up there on 11 from here. So this is the spot right in the middle of the golf course. It's going to be quite a day, and a lot of the action is going to be centered right around here.
All right, thanks to all 3 of you, and of course we'll hear lots from Susie, from Billy, from John as we count down to the start of this PGA Championship, and some of those features that those 3 were talking about, David, the extreme undulations on the green, some of the big slopes, the par 3 is a big part of the character here, and then all the traffic. It's not just that spot around 17 as Ricky Fowler climbs the stairs and starts his warm-up. He'll be teeing off at 8:18 a.m. Eastern time, trying to come up with that breakthrough major championship victory. He would be a very popular winner if he were to pull it off.
Nice to see his game kind of coming back into form, putting himself back up where we've expected him to be for so very long.
One of the unique things about Aronimink, the first tee and the 10th tee share a tee box. So we're going to have a lot of action off of 1 and 10 today and tomorrow. And we are almost ready to start this 2026 PGA Championship. Braden Shattuck, Alec Fitzpatrick, and Ben Griffin are the 3 who are going to tee off from number 1. And Braden Shattuck gets the honor of hitting the first shot of this tournament. He's the director of instruction at Rolling Green Golf Club in Springfield, Pennsylvania. That's like 7 miles down the road from here. He qualified one of the 20 club pros who are in the field. He actually gave a clinic to his members yesterday instead of being here playing a practice round. And he's going to be the first player announced by Keith Clark down on the first tee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 108th PGA Championship. This is the 6:45 tee time. Please welcome to the tee from Pennsylvania, Braden Shattuck.
Well, he's played in this championship before, and you know he's got so much local support here.
Absolutely.
To watch him play.
And just an honor to be able to be hitting the first shot opening up this tournament.
And he does have an amazing story. We're going to talk to Marty about all that Shattuck has been through. The first shot of the PGA Championship. is an out-of-bounds fence left. Oh, I think he stayed in.
Gets to hit it again at least.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Alex Fitzpatrick.
Alex, of course, whose older brother Matt is a U.S. Open champion, but Alex is coming into his own.
It's been a remarkable month or so for him, and life-changing, really. The victory with his brother in New Orleans. Great play since then.
.432-yard par 4. And that one beautifully in the fairway.
Now on the tee, please welcome from North Carolina, Ben Griffin.
Another player who over the last couple of years has become one of the best players in the world.
What's he thrown up 3 victories recently last year or so. It was interesting to see the ball of Alex Fitzpatrick have a little bit of chase even after the overnight rain.
That is interesting. He's something we'll be watching closely here in the early morning. With the Wanamaker Trophy right there on the first tee. And Griffin gets his championship started. Also got a little rollout.
Absolutely.
On a beautiful drive. We thought that Braden Shattuck's tee shot stayed in, but he's going to hit a provisional just in case.
Yeah, it looked like it came back in over the fence, although he might have some issues with that fence.
Well, he hit a much better tee shot there, hoping that he doesn't have to play that one. Yeah, understandable if he has some nerves.
Absolutely.
One of those 20 club professionals from just down the road, and a guy who has local history here, who's been through a lot. And Marty Smith, that's part of the story and maybe part of the reason why he had the honor of hitting the first shot in this championship.
Indeed, Dave, he has been through a lot. And as you noted, Shattuck just teed off for his 3rd PGA Championship, and he has overcome a lot to get here. He's overcome injury, he's overcome anxiety, he's overcome doubt, because 7 years ago he was involved in a car accident that nearly ended his career. I sat with him this week to talk about gratitude for this moment and the resilience it took to get here.
I was playing mini tour golf when I got in my car accident. I was going 45 through an intersection. Somebody was on their phone. They ran their red light at about 50 miles an hour and T-boned my car. And my car spun around a few times and ended up in the bushes up against the post. It sounded like a bomb went off. And that's kind of the last thing I remember. After that, it started to get worse kind of each day. I started to have some concussion symptoms, and then I started to get neck pain pretty bad, and then it started to work its way down my back. It turns out that I ended up having 2 herniated discs in my lower back. I tried to initially push through it because I couldn't mentally grasp not being able to play. Trying to push through it ended up not helping. It got to the point where there was one day I couldn't get out of bed. Like, I literally couldn't move my legs to get out of bed. That was kind of the wake-up call that this might be over. It eventually turned into some mental health problems. I mean, I can remember finishing low club pro at Valhalla. You know, everybody sees me on the green holding the trophy, smiling. I was having one of the worst panic attacks of my life during that moment. It's been hard to kind of just be a regular person on a day-to-day basis when going through that. But the last, year or two has been a lot better. I feel like I'm living a different life, honestly. I didn't think I was gonna make it out of that. I don't take for granted just waking up and feeling normal. If I just go out and I go to work or I go take a walk with my wife and I'm just listening to the birds and I'm just calm. That's like the best day of my life right there.
What incredible perspective, Dave, from Braden Shattuck. Best of luck to him this week. And I asked him what he did to find his way through this moment of anxiety and doubt and wonder. And he said he tried various medicines, but it was actually breath work that allowed him to make his way to this point, because when his heart rate spikes, when he has one of those anxiety attacks, his heart rate spikes to the point where it's very debilitating. And so he's learned to breathe through it, and that way he can reduce his heart rate. And I said, there are millions of people all over the world, Braden, that are managing anxiety. What do you hope your story shows them? And he says that you can get through it. Just don't give up. Dave.
Well said, Marty. And as we head out to the first hole where Braden Shattuck did find his golf ball. David, Gary Woodland's done such an amazing job over the last few months of helping people understand some of the pressures and anxieties that even the most confident professional athletes in the world can go through.
Well, they also have a forum, a pedestal to address it and to talk about it. And it's an exposure of them being, our heroes being everyday people. They're human beings as well. And we tend to forget that as we watch them succeed and excel on the golf course, on the sports course, wherever it may be. It looks like Braden had to take an unplayable lie from the boundary fence there. So, but thankfully it was inbounds.
So Shattuck, a guy we'll be watching here this morning, the local PGA professional competing in this championship, playing alongside Fitzpatrick and Griffin. This first hole, David, in theory, should be a pretty gentle opener.
Well, I'm not sure there's such a thing. Major championship,
Probably,
especially in most of the honor of hitting the first tee shot. There's a lot of weight on it as well.
Indeed. So as you mentioned, had to take relief. So this is his third shot. And finds the front of the green. You see where the hole is here in round one. So next to play, Alex Fitzpatrick, and one of those slopes, the ball starts to trickle down. We'll see how fast the greens are with the overnight rain.
Give us a good tell of the firmness as well, starting out early this morning. Wedge in hand. Nicely done.
Got it up over that ridge. So now Ben Griffin.
Yeah, and that's some of the struggle you're going to face is you have to be in the right area of these greens, and but they're massive targets as well. And so even hitting a green in regulation isn't necessarily success, because you could be facing a putt that's very difficult.
It's going to be a lot of long lag putts this week.
With a lot of break.
Wedge in hand for Griffin. Spin that back above the hole. We'll have a birdie putt to get his PGA Championship started. So the first group on the 10th tee, just alongside the first tee. Don't let that sign on the left confuse you. The players are headed to number 10. That's Aldrich Potgieter. Finds the right rough. That water is in play.
Yeah. Gotta be very careful with that approach out of the rough.
Cyril Hatton making his way to the clubhouse. Hatton, who's going to play alongside Schauffele and Koepka. They'll be going off at 8:29 a.m. this morning. David Puig, the Spaniard, on the tee at 10.
And from Florida, please welcome Danny
If you can get it over that crest, you get a lot of extra run down that hill. There's Gary Woodland. Speaking of players that a lot of folks are rooting for.
Absolutely.
Hey, he's wearing that hat. It is a little chilly this morning.
I don't know if it's that chilly, though.
Denny McCarthy. Headed left. That one will find some rough. Yeah, and if you start up top there as we look at this golf course, number 1 to number 10, start on that same tee box. If you're playing the front 9, it is kind of cool, the routing at Aronimink, where there are very few consecutive holes that are going in the same direction. Players are going to be challenged all day with, if the wind starts to pick up on the back 9, maybe 13 and 14, maybe the only 2 consecutive holes that point in the same direction.
Yep. So you're just, what it means is you're always on your toes. You're always having to pay attention to where it's coming from, the wind, what strength is blowing at, and then trying to navigate all of that and get the golf ball in the proper area of the greens.
Denny McCarthy, his second 477-yard par 4 of the 10th, and coming out of that rough.
Got to be careful, protected from turning over off that hanging lie. Really nice shot here.
Yeah, probably close to what he wanted. That one will roll a little back, though. All right, now back to the first. And Braden Shattuck, we just heard his story, a long par putt. That's going to come up well short up the hill. Braden, he's going to have to make that to say bogey on the first hole. And a look over up above rather, the 8th green, so close to the 10th green. Once we get a lot of players out on the golf course, that's going to be part of the story here at Aronimink. Fitzpatrick for birdie.
Wow, what a start. You can see that putt from, low 20s. I mean, that had a lot of movement in it, and marrying the speed with the pace, with the line, is going to be a big challenge.
Well, he said he's been playing so well. What a great start to the PGA for Alex Fitzpatrick. It's a birdie at number 1. Puig now 353-yard drive. You get it over that ridge, it's going a long way down there. And that gives you the green light to go for that shot. A great birdie chance for David Puig. Here's Ben Griffin at the first. Just seems to have a really solid all-around game.
Yeah, there's really nothing missing. Excels in all parts. Playing with a lot of confidence, too. I think that's a huge factor. You can see him throwing this well out to the right.
Trying to trickle it down.
Not bad. No, not bad starting out.
It's going to be hard for the players on a lot of these downhill putts to be really aggressive. It's nice to see Ben Griffin without the sunglasses on. So now Shattuck. Had to take relief on that fence line, so this is for bogey.
Rough start.
Yeah.
A nervous start is really how you'd put it.
And it's easy to understand why.
Absolutely.
The regular nerves of being one of those 20 club professionals who get a chance to play in this major championship, but then also from 6 miles down the road with all your friends and family here to watch you play.
Well, you got to remember, they're playing in a major championship against tournament players, and this is not necessarily what they do.
Griffin makes his par. So back to the 10th, Denny McCarthy. He's got a great short game. Beautiful little chip. See where Potgieter ended up. He was in the right rough.
Not a particularly good pitch there. Checked up quickly on him using that lofted club.
Yeah, I don't believe he lost his turn. Still only 21 years old, South African native, hits it a long way.
Oh wow, does he ever.
But on the very first hole of his major championship weekend, he's faced with a tough par putt to start. That's part of what we do here in the early morning as we get ready for the world's best to start their rounds. See how the holes are playing. 10 typically will play as a tough hole, and if you miss the fairway, it's a lot more difficult.
It's remarkably difficult if you miss this fairway. Water protecting the front and left side of this green.
It's not necessarily the case for every hole. I mean, you always want to be in the fairway, but this is one of the holes where I think you pay a bigger price if you're not in the fairway. So par putt for Potgieter. Good save.
Very good. Settle you down a little bit.
Alex Fitzpatrick coming off a birdie to start his championship. On the tee at the second.
Nice little soft baby cut out there.
Yeah, that's a good way to play the hole. Hole bends right to left. The fairway slants left to right. Now the birdie at 10 for David Puig. That's a good birdie.
Very good on the 10th to start out your championship.
It's a good example. If you can hit a real solid drive and get it down that hill.
Down there, exactly.
It's birdie time. Back at 1. Another one of the club professionals, Francisco Bide. A very nice
Nicely done.
shot. Danny McCarthy, he maybe has never missed one of these. He is a really good putter. That's a par for McCarthy on the 10th. Ben Griffin on the tee at 2. I want to hit it right.
That settled down too. Not exactly what you're looking for, but some of these fairways are difficult to hit, and especially when they have a little bit of chase in them.
That one's probably going to be just that way. A couple birdies early here. The 108th PGA Championship from Aronimink Golf Club just outside Philly. Back right after this.
Incredible. Unbelievable. You ought to kiss that putter, Lee.
It's a problem. He knew it. Absolutely gone wild.
High up above on this Thursday morning at Aronimink Golf Club, a Donald Ross design. This version of the golf course opened in 1928, the host of the 1962 PGA Championship. Gary Player was the champion all those years ago, and it's hosting a major championship for the first time since Gary grabbed that Wanamaker trophy. But a lot of history here over the years. 3 other PGA Tour events have been held at Aronimink: 2010, 2011, 2018. Extensive renovations, restorations between 2016 and 2018, led by Gil Hanse. Now plays as a par 70, almost 7,400 yards. And Dave Fleming, David Duval. David, what your first impression seeing Aronimink this week?
It's beautiful. You know, you talk about old school Donald Ross. You have obviously large putting surfaces, a little more undulating the shorter the hole, a little bit of generosity on his part, if you will, for the longer holes. But it looks to me like it's set up in a manner that you're asking the player to test most every facet of their game. The reality is that hitting in the fairway is going to be, I think, crucial this week, so you can control that distance on these big greens, because you don't want to sit and have 40 and 50 footers all week.
Well, all of us are thrilled that you're with us here in the early morning. We have Matt Berry and Andy North also calling holes. Billy, Susie, John, you heard from them out on the course, and they'll be with some of the great players in the world when they start about an hour from now. Marty and Jeff. Tom Karpus is our rules official as the first round of the PGA is underway. The 11th hole. David Puig coming off a birdie at 10. 421-yard par 4, where the green is a big part of the story, at least was in the preparation leading up to this PGA Championship. And Puig with a booming drive down there. Also playing alongside Puig, Aldrich Potgieter. The most severe green at Aronimink.
Yes, you definitely, this is one where getting into the short grass, into the fairway, so you can control the shot going in is going to be crucial.
Yeah, Potgieter's going to be challenged. Hole is back left today.
As Billy showed earlier at the opening, you know, you can't miss it short here, because you're just going to just chase back down the hill.
Denny McCarthy not real happy, maybe foot slipped a little. Rough or bunker. I think the 11th hole, when we look back on, is going to be a big part of the story this week, and not necessarily because of the drive, but because of that green.
Because of the green, I think the way the hole's set up is you're almost forced to challenge those bunkers and try to get it down there. It's going to be imperative to have a club in your hand that you can control the distance and the speed to get it into the right areas, because if you're not, the severity of this green, it'll come up and bite you really quickly.
All right, as we go back to 2, we say good morning to Matt Berry. Matt.
Dave, good morning. Thank you. The par 4 second, 406 yards. Fitzpatrick second from 117. Already a birdie on the first, and this is some good spin back, and he'll have an opportunity early on to go to 2 under through 2. We've talked about the characteristics of the course. You can get it early as we go back to 1.
Indeed, just about everybody's in agreement that the better scoring opportunities come on the front 9. B-Day's birdie putt rolls on by a few feet, and we'll go back to 2.
Coming off a double at the first, it's Shattuck second. Found the fairway off the tee. Dog leg left, with the fairway sloping away from the dog leg, and that's a good shot for Shattuck, trying to get one of those strokes back on the second.
We'll see whether the overnight rains have provided even more birdie opportunities on those front 9s. Holes. This is the 3rd shot, and it almost went in. William Mao had a chance to come back into the hole.
There you go.
That's going to be a good par save for William. All right, at the 11th, we saw McCarthy. That foot sort of slipped on his drive, and he found one of the left fairway bunkers.
Yeah, and it looks like he's going to have to get this up pretty quickly. So there's a bit of a challenge in making certain you clear the lip of the bunker. This is a good example early on of the difficulty if you're not in the kind of flat middle of these fairway bunkers. Oh. There we go. You know, you gotta, it's kind of like when you lay up. I mean, if you're gonna lay up, lay up. If you're in this situation, make sure you get it over the lip first and get it out. You know, having done it plenty of times myself, it's like we think we can do anything, but sometimes we bite off a little more than we should.
Shot right to it. Because now it doesn't get any easier. I think he's got a little less lip to deal with, but still the severity of the green coming out of the fairway bunker for your third.
And it looks like now he has a similar club to what he was starting with, but also a more lofted one. And so now he might be doing what he should have done in the first place.
Yeah.
All right, here's Griffin for birdie at 2. Finished 8th at Quail Hollow a year ago. Runs that past the hole as we go back to McCarthy at 11.
All right. So we'll see which one of those clubs he chose.
Looks more lofted. That should come right off the slope.
Yeah. Great recovery. We saw Billy Kratzer early this morning out there on the 11th, kind of roll the ball up above the hole. That's exactly what McCarthy did.
All right, so Shattuck now for birdie at the 2nd. He's going to miss that right. You know, sometimes after a double on the first, maybe your caddy will calm you down. One thing about Shattuck's caddy, he's an 18-year-old senior in high school. So that'll be an interesting conversation. Let's go back to 1.
Par putt for Francisco Bide, club professional at Capital City Club in Atlanta. Great old school golf club there.
Now Fitzpatrick. So what a start for Alex Fitzpatrick. Birdie on 1, birdie on 2, now 2 under through 2. And guys, we'll watch this throughout the morning and afternoon. You can be so aggressive early on in the front 9 and hang a number as we go back to Pooj at 11.
A real short wedge shot. He birdied 10. That one though is
just
coming
a mistake.
A long way back.
Have the giant backboard long and left of that hole. He's not going to have to walk too far.
I don't think so. That one's going to keep going. He's not going to be the only one.
No.
What a mistake, though.
Oh, a little bit of a break right there, maybe.
Yeah. That'll be a challenging little pitch shot, having to go right back up that same hill his ball just rolled down. The trophy that's on the line. They want to make her trophy. A man who's hoisted it 3 different times, Brooks Koepka, who's going to tee off just before 8:30 Eastern time. So about an hour and 15 minutes from now, Koepka will be playing alongside Schauffele and Hatton.
Back at the PGA Championship, split tees the first 2 days. We talked about the front 9 being gettable, but the second 9, the 10th hole, 472-yard par 4. Water comes into play for the first time. The PGA Tour was here in 2018. At the 11th, players will deal with more than 20 bunkers on the 425-yard par 4. Approach shorter, but control must be precise. We talked about the green earlier this morning. Then at 12, the field will take aim on a downhill tee shot to a fairway with bunkers scattered on both sides. Another uphill approach to a 2-tiered green guarded by the deep right-sided bunkers. So, Dave, a lot of work for these players on the front, on that backside.
Indeed, and this just a fascinating hole, and Puig, he's got to be careful because that one has a chance to come right back to him. And he's got to get lucky. I don't know.
It was thinking about it, but now this one might not catch that rough cut and could keep going further away.
It's just, and somehow it's going to stop there. That's a little bit of a break, I think.
Yeah, just a big mistake on the second on his approach, not getting it long and left of this hole.
Sort of disbelief for Puig. All the way up that hill and hard to get it there.
It's difficult to realize and believe you have to hit some of these putts so hard up these slopes.
A fellow Sun Devil, he and David Puig. John Rahm, who's going to be playing alongside Spieth and McIlroy. 8:40 a.m. this morning off the 10th tee. Now Potgieter birdie putt up the hill. He just got to watch Puig putt, and he gave it a little more oomph.
Very good.
Oh, beauty. Left the flagstick in and makes a birdie at 11. Our first look at the third hole, 449-yard, relatively straight, lots of fairway bunkers. Alex Fitzpatrick, who has made back-to-back birdies, finds the right rough. Playing just his second major championship. Played the 2023 Open. McCarthy, that was a par putt. Took 2 to come out of the fairway bunker.
It was a heck of a third shot to get it there.
The odds were not good that he was going to make a better score on this hole than Puig. I mean, David Puig had, what, 80 yards in?
Wasn't much.
And now has to make this for bogey. Missed it. I mean, it is a fascinating hole. We're going to see birdies and we're going to see some big scores. That's a double.
That's hard to swallow after such a beautiful drive. Wedge in hand. You have an opportunity to easily make a 4, have a good look at a 3, just hit it a little bit long and left, and it goes right next to the hole.
Instead, he walks off that green with a double bogey 6. On the tee at 3, Ben Griffin. He finds the left rough. It can be a hard fairway to hit. Second shot coming out of the rough for Joaquin Niemann at the 10th.
That's really well played right there, controlling it out of the rough. Bounce it up, keep it below the hole.
Xander Schauffele, he's here now at Aronimink. 8:29 Eastern, the 2024 PGA champion. What's up? With a big smile on his face in the early morning.
Well, welcome to the 12th hole, David.
Andy North, it's so good to hear from
morning,
you.
Gentlemen.
I kind of forgot you were over there.
Had to wake me up. But this 12th hole is a beautiful par 4, 461 yards. There's a set of bunkers that you have to carry about 260. Then there's another set up in that 300-yard range. I think you'll see a lot of fairway medals, and putt getter's really long, so he's going with a long iron. But putting it in the fairway here, if you do that, you've got a great chance to make birdie. And what a start. About a 15-footer for par, and then that bomb for birdie at 11.
Stay left.
Stay left. In the fairway here really sets up a great birdie opportunity.
Coming out of the left rough at 3, Ben Griffin. Ooh, that one must have been sitting way down.
Oh, and went into the fairway bunker. Could have an incredibly difficult third in front of him. You know, it's very thick rough, not extremely long, but it's also wet now too from the overnight rains.
Yeah, because those bunkers are short of the green side bunkers. 143 yards in. Alex Fitzpatrick trying to keep his early momentum going. Had a much better lie.
Oh, what a shot.
And a much better result. Just stopped it coming out of the rough.
Well, this is the third hole. Again, one of these holes where it's imperative to get it in play. You want to cover that right bunker, but there's a situation again here at Aronimink that I feel like you do have to take on some of these fairway bunkers, similar to an Open. You have to challenge somewhere because you can't play this golf course with mid irons. You're going to have to get these wedges in hand that these players have, and you can see the hole cut back right there, tucked behind the bunker.
Shattuck found the fairway off the tee. Braden Shattuck.
Again, wedge in hand, got it in play, and now you can control it, and just a beautiful shot.
Huge difference. You're right. So Braden's got a good birdie opportunity coming up. Back in the fairway at the first, PGA champion Shawn McKeel. Hit one of the all-time great shots in the history of this championship.
Wasn't it something else? That's going to be a bit of a challenge coming down the slope, controlling the speed.
Does look like the wind's starting to pick up here early in the morning. Now Mao from off the fairway at 11.
See, there you go.
Oh,
no way.
Somehow it stayed there. Still better than the alternative.
Oh boy.
Here's Ben Griffin. That is tough. This is his third.
Now he's short-sighted out of the rough over the corner of the bunker trying to access that hole. Have a really difficult fourth.
At the 10th, Joaquin Niemann hit a really nice shot coming out of the rough. That'll be a par to start his PGA.
It's a good putt, you know. 20+ feet, rolled up, tap it in. You don't have to mark it. It's a good start.
Bryson DeChambeau looks like a January Eagles playoff game. That is a big coat for what's not that cold of a morning here. And whatever it takes. Yeah, he's finished second 2 straight years at the PGA Championship. Now in the fairway at the 11th. Chris Gabriel, one of the club professionals. Chris
should come right back.
A beautiful shot for Chris. Very well done. Should smile after that one. Well, Alex Fitzpatrick, 2 birdies to start his championship. Pot Geeter's made a birdie. Ben Griffin's got all kinds of problems. We've seen action at 11. We are underway at PGA. Well, look who's here. One of 6 players in history to complete the career Grand Slam. Rory McIlroy, who's about an hour and 10 minutes away from starting his opening round of this 108th PGA Championship. Seems to be walking just fine.
Oh, yeah.
How are you? Good, how are you?
We heard from Marty early this morning about the toe issue that McIlroy has dealt with leading into this championship. The first 3 holes, Matt talked about the first 3 on the second 9. The first 3, a par 4 straight up the hill. If you hit the fairway, you got a birdie opportunity. Second hole was the 3rd easiest when they played the tour event in 2018. And number 3, all those bunkers, David,
yeah.
but if you avoid the bunkers,
if you avoid them
and find the fairway, it's another opportunity to make a birdie early in your round.
It is. It's a relatively benign start, assuming you put the ball in play off the tee. You're going to have short clubs in and have good looks for birdies.
How about a 3rd straight birdie for Fitzpatrick if he can roll this one in? So he'll have that left for just a old par. Just a minute ago, I mean, you talked about the challenge of his little chip shot. Really couldn't go at the hole at all. So that was for bogey. He's going to make a double at the 3rd.
And that's from being out of position off the tee.
Foul in the rough, hacked into one of those fairway bunkers. So now live, Braden Shattuck. This would be a nice boost for him after a double at number 1.
Other than that opening tee shot, the nerve-ridden tee shot, he's hit beautiful golf shots the next couple of holes. Hook.
Went that way. So a tap in par. And you're right. Just one errant shot, the very first one of the day. He's settling in. So now Alex Fitzpatrick, 27 years old. A winner with his brother in New Orleans.
And has followed it up with fine play. It really has.
Played really well just last week. Well, Matt and Alex, of course, Matt has always been the more famous of the Fitzpatrick brothers, but just a number of weeks ago in New Orleans, the 2 of them, it was so cool to watch.
It's interesting to listen to Alex talk about it, how nervous, and he couldn't feel his hands from 10 inches.
And he was the 54-hole leader last week at Quail Hollow. Ended up finishing in the top 5. To your point, that tour win with his brother has given him a real boost. We'll go back to 12.
Pot Gator at 12 from the fairway to a left hole location on top of a ridge. Can you get it all the way up there? And it's going to come back down. This is what's so diabolical with these greens. If you can hit it in these little areas around the hole locations, you've got great birdie opportunities. If you miss, you've got very tough 2 putts coming up over the ridges. Now to 11.
Aiming not quite at the hole.
Now having to throw it way out. This is, I mean, he was a half an inch from the ball, actually just trickling right down to there with his approach, and now he had to be careful on that birdie putt just to try to get down in 2.
12.
McCarthy with his 2nd. Anytime you're playing from the fairway, you really have an opportunity to set up a birdie, and there's a great example. Let's back over to 10.
Good morning and welcome to the 108th PGA Championship. This is the 7:34 starting time. Now on the tee from Kansas, please welcome Gary Woodland.
Gary starting on the 10th, playing alongside Jason Day and Sam Burns. 2019 U.S. Open champion, everything that he's gone through in the years since, and back playing great golf.
Yeah, back out, feeling comfortable with where he is. Some freedom, I think, from the talks he's had over the last few weeks, few months.
I know if you're just tuning in, it can be a little confusing. 1 and 10 share the same
Next to
tee
play,
box.
2015 PGA champion from Australia, Jason Day.
Really good drive from Gary. He got it down that hill. So 1 goes off to the left there. 10 straight ahead for these players. Jason Day, 2015 PGA champion. He's got a hand warmer.
Or if he borrowed it from Bryson.
I thought it was a fanny pack at first.
He's got his snacks in there and stuff.
Headed a little left.
And next on the tee, please welcome from Louisiana, Sam Burns.
Hit the shot, switch the hand warmer around to the front, and put it to use. Now Sam Burns.
I mean, that's a nice record right there. His last 4 major starts. This is certainly one of the players we could be talking about at the end of the week, especially because of his prowess on the greens.
Kind of struggled early in his major championship career. It seems like he's started to become more comfortable in these.
Well, that's the perfect word. You know, gets in a place where starts to get comfortable in that setting and in that arena, and he certainly, as we all know, has the game for it. But finding that comfort zone and comfort level sometimes takes time.
Back to 12.
Potgater made one about this length on the very last hole. Talking to the players early in the week, they think these putting surfaces are as good as they've ever played. They're absolutely gorgeous.
We saw the great approach shot from Chris Gabriel, club professional, and he cashes it in for a birdie.
Nice little bounce back,
I would say. 10 didn't go his way. Much different demeanor after the birdie at 11.
Now McCarthy with his birdie at 12. What a good putter he is. Beautiful stroke, great speed. After that great par at the 11th, nice easy birdie at 12. He's on a great start. Now the 4th hole. Alex Fitzpatrick, kind of a semi-blind hole. You're playing up the hill. You've got to take it over the left-hand bunkers. The carry is about 270 yards. If you do that, you've got a nice wide fairway, and that is exactly what he did.
PGA champion Sean McKeel. Not the easiest putt at the first.
Just coming off of that ridge there, trying to cozy it down somewhere next to the hole. That's very well done.
Potgater made his par at 12. On the 3rd, Harry Hall, the Englishman, spin that one back. Right about hole high.
Yeah, good shot again, wedge in hand, and you can access these holes.
On the 11th, we've seen the good and the bad of number 11 already early this morning. Tom Hoagie
trying to flatten one out.
It's going to get close.
Yeah, using the backboard well. Took the spin off it so it bounced back there towards the backside of the green.
Perfect way to play it.
Yeah, it has a challenging putt though from 6 or 7 feet. He's going to have to get a good cup outside the hole and just cozy it down.
Two-time PGA champion. Although it's been a while for Rory to hoist that Wanamaker trophy. Heading out onto the practice range.
Morning, gentlemen. Welcome. Morning. Morning.
Well, McIlroy, 2026 Masters champion, the 4th in Masters history to win back-to-back green jackets. You got to go back a ways at Kiowa and Valhalla 2012, 2014. And after that, it took a while for Rory, but now he's in form where it feels like every major championship he's going to be right there. Leads the tour in strokes gained tee to green this season. His putting actually hasn't been quite as good.
Right. He struggled with that a little bit. And I think that's kept him from having even better results. But
Fitzpatrick going into the fourth, that left hole location, just got to get it up on that ridge. Should come back a little bit of moisture in the greens, almost a quarter inch of rain overnight. So there's a little bit, they're not quite as quick as they'll get later in the day.
Sean McKeel trying to save his par. And he does. Jason Day found the left rough at the 10th.
Got to be so careful. Hanging lie, slightly downhill, coming out of the rough. It's going to want to tend to grab the club and turn it over towards that lake.
Uh-oh. Got it clear of the water.
It's a really nice shot.
Yeah.
Very nice shot. But now you see that what he faces. Yes, he's on the green, but he has a heck of a challenge in front of him.
Took the trouble out of play, but that will not be an easy two-putt.
Back to the fourth. Ben Griffin playing from the fairway. Should be able to throw it right up to the hole, get it to stop in that area. Oh, another miss. Pull. A couple of bad pulls the first few holes.
Now Burns out of that rough. He finds the middle of the green. Birdie putt at the third for Harry Hall. Flag stick in. It's the second one of those putts from that area we've seen miss right.
Yeah, it looks like the players are expecting it to move a little bit to their left, and it's just not doing it early on.
That's par for Hall. The beautiful drive of Gary Woodland. That's going to catch that slope. It's not going to get all the way down to the hill, to the hole, but solid shot for Woodland to 13.
Our first time at the par 4 13th. Danny McCarthy. This will be an interesting hole, David, throughout the week. Shorter par 4 we expect at some point. They'll make them think about maybe driving it. Those bunkers to the left to clear. Nearest to the fairway, 280 yards. McCarthy perfect in the fairway.
But even now at 385, 365, you're only talking 285 yards roughly over those bunkers. On the left, you're going to see a lot of the longer players, I think, hit it up near the front of the green and pitch it on. With the whole cut on that front right, you do want to have the ability to spin the ball to get it to stop. But it'll be interesting to see how some of the longer players attack that hole today.
Like this guy.
Yeah.
Pot eater.
I mean, he has plenty of oomph to get it right up there.
Pretty closely.
And again, it's one of those fairways here. It's one of the characteristics of the course. It's going to slope left to right. McIlroy continues to get ready for his opening round tee time, coming off the Masters. And he added another Wanamaker. McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm, one of our featured groups, coming up at 8:40 a.m. Eastern in the first round of the PGA Championship.
Every player here this week believes they can win. Somewhere inside, they believe, whether they admit it or not. Sometimes the songs we hear are just songs of our own. Confidence, delusion, what's the difference really? They all rolled into Philadelphia with a plan and a dream. The course is waiting for its turn to speak. A destroyer of plans, a wrecker of dreams.
And welcome back to Aronimink Golf Club, an historic venue just outside Philadelphia. First round coverage of this PGA Championship. Players have been out on the course for about an hour. We go out to the fourth. Ben Griffin's had a rough start to his PGA.
Yeah, and he's got it. It's become rougher. This rougher on these greens, very thick. Players don't see rough this deep and this thick very often. Now, pitching for par.
Andy, we heard that a lot from the players leading up to this championship, especially the rough right around the greens, how challenging it was.
I think in today's world, to play a deep rough around the greens, you need a little bit of bounce on your sand wedges, and these players don't play with a lot of bounce. You need to use the ground, and it makes it a little simpler if you do that. Now over to 10.
Long birdie putt for Jason Day.
Down the slope, through a little valley, cresting back up, and just didn't quite get it going.
Jump ahead to 13.
And McCarthy's second at the short par 4. Pin today in the front right. McCarthy to the left as we go back to 11.
Hoagie, David, you said not an easy putt. You see he's aiming well off to the right.
I mean, that's a good 6 or 7 inches of break.
Oh, yeah. Beauty.
I mean, what a fun. I think that's some of the challenge of greens like this is it's a little unsettling to have to play so much break on short putts.
To the fourth.
Alex Fitzpatrick, he is aiming this ball a good 6 feet to the right, just getting started on this ridge.
And he missed by a foot.
There's a lot of these putts you'll see players just trying to lag it up there, trying to not give them those 4 and 5 footers.
Fitzpatrick, who started his round with back-to-back birdies. Sam Burns trying to begin his championship quest with a birdie. He'll come up short. One of the best putters in the world, Sam Burns. Billy Horschel in the fairway at 11. Bogey to start, uses that back slope.
Could take a look at it.
If you play 11 properly, you're going to have a great birdie opportunity.
Very short look.
Fitzpatrick to save his par, stay at 2 under. What a life-changing win with his brother. Over to 13.
And Potgieter is big off the tee. Now for birdie.
But he got it into that right rough. Holes cut front right. Had to be careful, control where he put it, and put himself in a place where it can be difficult to 2-putt. You can see this just trying to trickle down the hill, but now he's going to have another downhill 5-footer to save his par.
And David, that's just it. Middle of the green here doesn't
it's
necessarily
not good,
mean you're safe.
not necessarily.
Back to 10.
Gary Woodland's birdie putt. Up and over. Gary will start his championship with a par 4 at the 10th. Gary finishes up. Back to 13.
You saw McCarthy his approach now for birdie to tie Fitzpatrick at the lead. Oh, and leaves it just short. He can't believe it. It is wet, cold out there. Early on, it rained overnight, and now day at 10.
Yeah, just ask Jason how cold it is. Get the hand warmer on. We got about a quarter of an inch of rain. Oh, what a two-putt for Jason Day.
Very nice.
Good save at the 10th. I think if you are asked to describe Aronimink, one of the first things, David, that comes to mind, a very challenging, distinct group of par 3 holes.
Well, it is. I mean, the only one that is kind of a layup is the 5th. The others are just monster holes that are asking a lot to cover a lot of distance and precision onto these greens.
And the 178-yard 5th, Fitzpatrick did not like his tee shot. It's sort of an island-style green with bunkers surrounding the green.
Yeah, short-sided over in that bunker. Not going to be a fun shot.
Yeah, not a good miss. At the first, Tom McKibben has a birdie try. And he got it to go. So Tom McKibben from Northern Ireland begins his PGA with a birdie 3. Keith Mitchell, his 3rd at the 11th. So Keith had a ball spin all the way back down off the green.
Trying to use the backboard here.
Not going to come all the way back down. By the way, Keith, when he finishes his round, he's going to come up and join us in the booth. Maybe first he'll stop by the merchandise tent. I don't know. Yeah, you got some cashmere in there. I know they do.
Hand warmers?
Probably so.
All right, a good start putting for Potgieter early. He'll two-putt. Save par at the 13. But David, it's going to be interesting to see how these guys negotiate themselves around these greens. Back to 1.
Stephen Yeager's birdie try at the first.
Look at this just run out.
Yeah. Hardly had to hit that.
Right. Shows how touchy. I mean, he's 12, 14 feet, and you're just barely starting the ball.
Brooks Koepka's got the game face on. 3-time PGA champion. Went back-to-back in 2018 and 2019. Won at Oak Hill in 2023. He's going down to the practice range as he gets ready to start the first round of this 108th PGA Championship.
First round of the 108th PGA Championship back underway, and not the lie you want if you're Fitzpatrick at 5.
Just see where this runs to now. Buried lie, short-sided. That's not going to have fun either.
I mean, that's as bad as it gets, is a lie off the tee in the bunker. So Fitzpatrick off to a good start at 2 under. He's going to have to work to make par at what Dave was just talking about, perhaps the easiest of the par 3s. Now Vegas at 2. His second shot. And well done out of Johnny Vegas. He'll have a birdie look.
Putting back up the hill too.
211.
He was a big part of the story early in the PGA last year. Keith Mitchell at the 11th. Down the hill to try to save par. And does.
Back up.
Another one of those par 3s, the 14th. 220 yards today on Thursday. Denny McCarthy. Kind of low flighted that one.
Yeah, really good shot. Obviously, you can't chase this flag being cut so far back on the left side there.
Birdie putt for Billy Horschel. The 11th hole's been fun to watch. We've only had golf for an hour. There's been a lot that's happened at the 11th. So good birdie for Horschel. Now Fitzpatrick faces this to save par. Really just hoping a 2-putt.
Yeah, out of position off the tee. Just trying to get the speed right, get out of there without doing too much damage.
You hit the green at the 5th, it's a birdie opportunity in many cases. You don't, you can be in trouble. Now Jason Day after a good drive at the 11th. A couple of good drives right next to one another.
Very well done.
Yeah. You got to get it all the way back there at 11.
You do, and I think that's some of the beauty of this green. And you know, he's hit a beautiful shot. He's done what's been asked of him, but he still has a challenge from 8 feet. He's got to play so much break and control the speed so well.
Par 3, 14th, Puig.
There you go.
He jars it from the bunker. It's been a wild ride for David Puig. Birdie to start, double bogey at 11. Now he holds a bunker shot at 14. Sam Burns 106 yards in after a good drive.
You can see him sawing that off, trying to soft arm it, take the spin off.
Took some spin off, but that one might have a chance to stay there. Okay. Watching closely. Now Fitzpatrick for bogey at the shortest par 3. Bad spot off the tee. It cost him a shot.
Yeah. Plenty of room to the right of that hole.
All right, you saw Vegas's approach at the 2nd. It's for birdie to move to 1 under. It's going to lip out for Vegas. Try to make pars. We go back to the 11th.
Gary Woodland also found the fairway off the tee. He's just got 79 yards in. It's got to come down the hill. All right, back at the 10th, just starting his Thursday morning, Cam Smith for birdie.
One of the better putters in professional golf.
I would say. He can still roll it.
Oh, he sure does.
Hasn't been in contention as often as
hey guys.
he was a few years ago.
I got to do it right after. All right, guys.
He's still bundled up, Bryson. And it's chilly here on Thursday morning. Bryson DeChambeau, it's been kind of all or nothing for him. Last 6 majors, 3 top 10s and 3 missed cuts. The only player with top 5 finish in each of the last 3 PGA Championships, back-to-back years where he's been runner-up here, David. 2-time U.S. Open champion. One of 6 players with multiple major wins this decade. I have a feeling he's going to get a lot of fan support here in Philly. I do.
It'd be interesting to see how he gets around this golf course. You know he's going to want to take advantage of his length. So the question would become his wedge play as much as anything.
He actually talked about on a few of the holes leading into this championship of maybe trying to find some spots to lay back a little bit and play it a little more strategically.
This is another player with such tremendous length that they can manage to do that as well around a place like this. They don't necessarily have to hit the biggest club to get it out there. They can lay back and give themselves that approach that they're looking for.
And of course, I'm anxious to see if he actually follows through on that.
Right.
You could say it. It's another thing to do it. Birdie putt up the hill at 14. Oh. Coming off a really nice couple holes. Now Sam Burns at the 11th. Kind of side hill.
Should turn sideways.
It did.
Oh, it kind of turned around.
It did. It started going in the other direction. That was a good putt. It's par at the 11th for Burns. Now DeChambeau tees off at 8:18, so he's minutes away. Rory's going to be at 8:40, both going off on 10. It is interesting to watch McIlroy prepare and practice. So many players have so many people around them, extra coaches and support. And Rory, most of the time, is just kind of by himself. He's got his.
Seems to be him and Harry a lot. Just
Harry and he just work it out.
Yeah, just monitoring his swing, monitoring his aim, monitoring the fundamentals. You can see the amount of break he's playing. It's just so hard, so difficult to hit it hard enough, especially when you're aiming so far away from the hole.
Tap in par for Woodland at the 11th. He and Burns both sort of indicating kind of goes back uphill at the hole from that angle. He's got to be a really confident player right now.
How could he not be? I mean, that's why I think it's going to be fascinating to see what the top players, how they do, because they're all on form. They're all confident. They've all had success this year.
It's a great setup for a major championship. Jason Day for birdie. Maybe gave it a little more pace.
That one
watching
didn't seem to turn. I know.
Yeah.
That was not hit hard. I mean, he's what, 10 inches past the hole.
3 pars for that group at 11.
Our first look at the par 4 15th. It's not set of the distance today. 546 yards, ties for the record longest par 4 in major championship history. However, today 529 yards.
That's all, huh?
You know, they could have moved the tee box back a yard and set the record, but they decided to tie it with Chambers Bay. Perhaps a little bit of a break with the wind playing down, and Potgieter, he's not going to be intimidated by any distance.
Going to be full send. Oh, that's trouble.
A bunker to carry 327 there on the right. As we go back to 10.
Big difference there, an extra couple of yards for Potgieter, and now he's in trouble. Patrick Cantlay, our first look at him, starting on the 10th. Big Allen and Minwoo Lee. Great shot for Patrick. Not a lot of talk about him coming into this PGA.
A tremendous iron player, and we know that Aronimink's going to demand that of the player.
Now Fitzpatrick at 6. First look at this hole today. Uphill tee shot, dogleg right. And David, there you see with that green and that pin placement's going to challenge these guys with today.
Yeah, that was not far from going down off the front. A little more spin, and
that's another characteristic, is you got to jump around sometimes to see your shot. A lot of blind tee shots, a lot of blind second shots. Maybe a couple of extra inches for Fitzpatrick would help him out there.
He's not the tallest player on tour. Nice birdie putt at the first for Daniel Brown. So we've seen some birdies at number 1, which does not surprise us. Now at the 3rd, that's Garrick Higo. Flagstick in, and that's a birdie.
Much needed after a little bit of a difficult start.
Yeah.
And now Lucas Glover for birdie at the 2nd. Never a doubt. So Lucas Glover 1 under par on the scoreable par 4 second. So the featured groups are on their way. Gary Woodland, Jason Day, Sam Burns are out. But Bryson, Ludwig, and Ricky just around the corner. A bit cold, a bit wet, but scoring conditions for some of the best in the world, including that man right there, Rory McIlroy. They'll go off with Jordan Spieth and John Rahm at 8:40 a.m. coming up, first round of the PGA Championship.
You got to visit the Rocky statue if you come to Philadelphia. I think Bryson DeChambeau's ever used a side of meat as a punching bag. It's possible. Possible. Bryson, I think he loves that sort of Rocky persona. The fighter, even with all his success, can somehow paint himself as an underdog.
Oh yeah,
a people's champion. I think he's going to be a real popular player here at Aronimink all weekend long. And he's 6 minutes away from starting his championship, so he's got to finish warming up and get his way over to the 10th tee. After the birdie at the 10th, Cam Smith from the bunker at 11. That one will hold on that side. Cantlay, great second shot at the 10th for birdie. Missed it. Stayed out to the left. That's the point David Duval was making. You can hit a really good shot, but have a big breaking downhill 6-footer. It's not easy to make. Brian Harman at the 11th is going to use that slope. Beautiful.
Fitzpatrick now for birdie at the 6th. Got it to 2 under at one point, gave a shot back, and he'll miss that to the left. So the quick start from Fitzpatrick, perhaps hit the brakes just a touch as we go to 5.
The par 3, Harry Hall. He's got a birdie putt to try to get to 1 under par. And made it.
Nicely done.
Up the hill and curled it right in.
But perfectly positioned with his tee shot there. A little bit below it. More towards the center of the green.
Now Fitzpatrick to clean up par to remain at 1 under. A collection of players early on at 1 under. As the groups are starting to make their way to the course to 1.
Second shot for Bud Cauley. Beginning on the front 9. And the first has yielded a lot of birdies already. That one should spin back down close to the hole. I'll stop a little short.
But a nice shot. A good start.
All right, here's McCarthy at the long 15th. Finds the...
Not going to be fun.
You see that front right pin, and he's going to have his work cut out for him to make birdie there.
Last chance to put the big jacket on before Bryson DeChambeau starts his first round.
Where is he going to store that?
That's a hard one to stuff in the side pocket of your bag.
All right, you saw Potgieter's trouble off the tee in the bunker on 15, trying to get that front right pin location, and he's just going to have to do David get out of there and let the play for par.
A pretty good shot, really. He was up against that lip and wasn't sure he could get it that far down the fairway.
Now Neiman at 13. He's short, par 4, his second from 179. So a good shot from Joaquin Neiman. A front right pin. He'll have a look at birdie.
Jason Day at the 12th from the fairway. Really setting up a great birdie opportunity. Gets up onto the proper level. That will be very makeable.
I mean, that was a good example, Andy, of what he's worked on over the years. Early on, he didn't have that kind of half shot soft arms. It was full bore on everything.
Cam Smith Kind of hard to believe. Cam Smith has missed 6 straight cuts at majors.
Yeah, just look for me, that's all.
Okay, Pot Geeter's third at the 15th. I wonder throughout the day how that front hole location is going to mess with these players.
11th hole, Brian Harmon for birdie. Yeah, well done. Played that hole beautifully. And now we're just about ready to go on the 10th tee. DeChambeau, Oberg, and Ricky Fowler. And again, that shared tee box 1 and 10. First tee over on the right backside, 10th going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, he's sort of.
Be a fun group of players to watch today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 108th PGA Championship. This is the 8:18 starting time. Please welcome to the tee from Texas, Bryson DeChambeau.
We knew he was going to embrace that Rocky personality. We got the head cover.
Oh, yeah.
He'll go with driver on the 10th. Third player to finish runner-up in back-to-back PGA Championships.
290 cover, okay.
You heard it, 290 cover. Full send.
Big time.
Let's go.
Just striped.
That should crest that ridge in the fairway and chase way down.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Sweden, Ludvig Oberg.
Beautiful first swing from DeChambeau, and now Ludvig Oberg, still only 26 years old, so talented, playing really well coming in. He's got a real chance to win this championship.
He makes it look easy. It's just so simple, repetitive, so decisive.
Beauty.
Now on the tee, please welcome from California, Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, a little extra applause for Ricky Fowler. This is 56th major championship. .37 years old now. And he hits a good one.
Good start for all 3 players.
Get it over that ridge, you get a lot of extra distance. At least a couple of those rolling into that left rough, though. And that makes the second shot at 10 a little more challenging. It's one of the 2 holes where water really is in play. To 15.
What's in store for this birdie putt for McCarthy?
A lot.
That was from 71 feet. One of the better putters in the world was able to get it down there to about 3 feet. Back to Cantlay at 11.
Patrick, who had a birdie opportunity at 10 and missed the short birdie putt.
Really good approach on the 10th, his first hole. This one Going to be quite successful as well. Should be another good look. Stay right there.
He had a lot of spin.
No, here we go. There's some of the challenge of these greens. I just had barely too much spin.
Maybe he gets a break if
Oh,
it
looks
stops
like
there. Yeah, that's fortunate.
Could be some of the moisture that's on the greens right now, holding it up.
All right, a difficult putt for Potgieter. He was in the bunker off the tee, so this for par.
What a putt. Really good.
So Potgieter's going to drop a stroke at the 15th.
Birdie putt at the first for Bud Cauley. He does not roll it in, lips out. That was the closest approach shot so far at the first, inside 10 feet. I think that was Jacob Richmond, wasn't it? Yeah. My apologies. Harry Hall.
Look at this.
Well done from Hall. He'll have a good look at birdie to move to 2 under and take the lead at 6.
Out the 4th, Michael Brennan for his birdie. Should break from his right to left. Yeah, well done. And he's off to a nice solid start, 2 under par, and he's our new leader. Now at the 7th, our really first look. Fitzpatrick from the fairway, hole cut way in the back of the green. Holes 438 yards today. That's not bad. You've got to be really careful not to go long. Anything 15 feet short of this hole is good. Back to 11.
Minwoo Lee in the fairway at the 11th. He'll use the backstop.
This could take a look at it here.
Yeah.
Very good.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, controlled the spin a little bit better there. Had a little bit of a teach before him.
All right, Andy, you'll love this. Neiman split this hole in half. Hit an iron off the tee, 189 yards, left himself 179 for a birdie, for a second shot rather, and he comes up left. And a miss, and he'll have to settle for par. But that an opportunity, David, to play the hole like you were talking about. Take distance out of it, give yourself a full swing for your second.
Now Jason Day for his birdie at the 12th. Pretty flat putt. Just breaking off a little bit. Jason, PGA champion back in 2015. In a time it looked like he might win every tournament he played in. Over to 5.
Well, the leader, Michael Brennan, 2 under par, the par 3, 178 yards. Bunkers all surrounding this green.
Very well executed. Got it underneath the hole. Got it on the putting surface.
All right, so Bryson, Ludwig, and Ricky Fowler at the 10th. John McGinnis is with this group. And John, what's going on with Ricky?
Not fully. I mean, I'm going. It's going to be going over. I hadn't touched it around. I see that. Flush it through that there. Sort of red grip on. Sort of red grip on. If you think I don't think I'm going to get to the actual head. I was more the surrounding kind of cut of it. I'm happy to leave you feel there's nothing. There's nothing there.
Apparently there's something buried in the grass there. A little sprinkler head or something that had Ricky's attention. He's going to play it where it is, and where it is Well, that's why he was begging for relief, because this is not a great situation.
Yeah, it doesn't look good there, John.
It's a foot and a half off the fairway, and he's on a downslope, 147 yards, playing out of the thick rough.
Just off the right, Rick.
What a good shot. It was a sprinkler head, John, that was down there. He handled it just fine.
I might have done a little more begging than he did. And again, I haven't finished in the top 10 the last 3 weeks in a row.
So now Oberg.
This is a much better lie and a much flatter lie. $129.
Also a good shot. And a good example of DeChambeau's drive, John, of what happens if you hit it well enough to get it down that slope. 362.
Yeah, this is just 117 yards. I mean, he's going to have this shot a lot this week. Between 95 and 125 yards. And when he's good with those shots, he's one of the best players in the world. When he's not, well, then it's fun to watch too. I'm driving this one in low, tried to skip it in.
Yeah, that you run that mistake there of coming up short, being a little bit almost too protective.
It's always a big question with Bryson. So those three walk to the green. We'll go back to the tee at 10.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 108th PGA Championship. This is the 8:29 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome the 2024 PGA champion from California, Xander Schauffele.
Just about always in contention.
Just a remarkable streak right there. I think that goes to his prowess as a hitter of the golf ball. He does so many things well from tee to green, and these championships demand that of you. Nice start.
Very nice. Easily down the slope.
Now on the tee, please welcome the 2018, 2019, and 2023 PGA champion from Florida, Brooks Koepka.
Good reception.
Back on tour, starting to play really well again.
I think I had to get comfortable with it again from being away for several years.
Now on the tee, please welcome from England, Terrell Hatton.
Hadn't played quite as well in these major championships of late. except for in April at the Masters, finished in the top 5. And he's just
always fun to watch. He lets you know what's going on and how he's feeling.
Left rough for Hatton off the tee at 10. Just a moment ago at 11, all the way up the hill for Patrick Cantlay. A 59-foot putt up the hill. Hard to get it all the way there.
All right, Hall to move to 2 under and tie the lead at 6. And he does, so 2 leaders at 2 under, joining Brennan. Back-to-back birdies for Hall at 5 and 6, back to 10.
Just inside 30 feet.
Straight up the hill.
Not nearly hard enough.
Yeah, he's left a little more than he would want with just 115, 117 yards to the hole.
Cantlay for par at the 11th.
Okay, that's a good 2-putt. And his ball he was a foot from having a nice 12-footer up the hill.
Now Oberg's turn at 10.
A lot of break from left to right through the valley.
Very tentative couple of putts there.
Minwoo Lee hit a terrific wedge shot. He was reaching before it had found the bottom of the hole. Good bounce back birdie for Minwoo Lee.
Here's Day's second shot at the 13th. That's well done from Day. 233 yards off the tee. He'll have just under 5 feet for birdie. Let's go back to 10.
Third birdie putt at the 10th. This time Ricky Fowler.
Quick down the hill.
Never really threatened that one, but that'll be a par for Fowler. Both Oberg and DeChambeau still have a little work to do. Back at the first, this is Maverick McNeely. His second shot from the fairway. Definitely a player who's got a chance to contend this weekend. And a really good shot.
Well controlled, a little bit of a hanging lie to that left pin location.
Welcome to the 8th. First time we've seen this. 245. Fitzpatrick just put it on the green here. Is a nice play. Brutally difficult hole. Most difficult hole in the golf course back when they played here in 2018. And that is a terrific shot just to give yourself a birdie putt.
What a visual that is from up above. Now Oberg for par at the 10th.
And these are the ones that cause the gray hairs later in life.
Oh.
That's not a good bogey.
No. So he does make bogey. Had a 27-foot birdie putt and 3 putts for a 5.
The Gala with his second into 12 from the fairway gives himself a great opportunity. He took advantage of it. Wind has died down. Perfect playing conditions right now. A little bit of moisture in the golf course. Let's go back to Bryson.
All right, John.
When Bryson's at his best, he hits these putts inside 5 feet with a little more pace than the average tour player. He and Ricky Fowler, who he's playing with, both tend to give these putts a little more pace. But that's when he's confident.
Kind of like that. It's a good two-putt. A little more stress than you'd want on your opening hole with such a short approach.
Right. After a 370-yard drive. Now the par 3 fifth, Johnny Vegas.
Staring this down.
Drawing it right towards the hole.
There you go.
Wow. Almost in. Inside 2 feet for Vegas. Beautiful shot. Best shot so far this morning at the first. Maverick McNeely turns that into a birdie. Back to the 10th. Hatton from the rough.
That's really well done, really well controlled. Again, it's a hanging lie over there in the left rough, having to guard against it going left towards the pond.
Susie Whaley's out at 10 with this group. Susie.
Yeah, good morning. Terrell pulled a great lie there too, David. Brooks says 164, playing about 161 down this slope. Has to keep it left of this whole location.
Oh, yeah. Stay.
Now short-sided. I mean, the ball, if it's a foot, 2 feet left, maybe.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Koepka. Meanwhile, Schauffele. Koepka stayed kind of up on that top shelf. Schauffele went all the way down. 351-yard drive for Xander.
Yeah, just 125 yards for Xander. Just a perfect flat lie.
Good shot. He'll have an uphill birdie putt, and now on the tee at 11.
You don't need driver.
And yet,
but may as well.
I mean, 300 carries all the bookies. Eliminate those with that swing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. So DeChambeau in the fairway at 11. Back on the tee at 10 with Spieth and Rory McIlroy getting ready. Be really fun to watch these three.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 108th PGA Championship. This is the 8:40 starting time. Now on the tee, please welcome the 2012 and 2014 PGA champion from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
He's talked a lot about that Masters win 2 years ago and the freedom that it's given him.
Well, he'd been carrying the search for the career Grand Slam for quite some time, and to finally get it done on a golf course that you would think is custom built for him takes a lot of pressure off and relief.
Headed right. Caught the tree.
Back over towards the edge, but
Now on the tee, please welcome from Texas, Jordan Spieth.
Could be history this week for Jordan if he could get it done. Needs this championship to become the 7th player all time to complete the career Grand Slam. Scottie Scheffler's going to have a chance to do it a month from now. Stays up top.
Now on the tee, please welcome from Spain, Jon Rahm.
How do you like Jon Rahm's chances this weekend?
It wouldn't be surprising at all to see him near the top of the leaderboard come Sunday afternoon. He's just a gritty, tough competitor. He's got plenty of distance.
I saw that graphic. There's no question, though, since joining LIV, his major performance has tailed off.
Well, I mean, if you can't get very far past Bryson as the only player who's gone over there who's kind of continued success in these big events.
Very true. Good first tee shot for Jon Rahm. That's going to catch the slope. Trickle down into the left rough. So McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm head down the 10th. Billy Kratzer's going to be with that group, so we'll be checking in often with Billy. After the second shot for Koepka, Susie, this is a tough one.
Yeah, this is just brutal. He had absolutely nothing. Went with the putter.
Stay there.
Yeah, not too bad.
And here's Steven Jaeger with a long birdie putt coming up a ridge. And just pours it in. And that gets him to 2 under par. What a nice start. Over to 10.
There's Tyrrell Hatton's birdie try.
All right, Day started his round with 3 consecutive pars. This just over 5 feet for his first birdie. That is not friendly to Day as he'll continue his start with 4 consecutive pars.
Makeable birdie putt, it looks like, Susie, for Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, left himself in a great spot.
Ideal start.
Great drive, perfect position after the second shot. Roll the birdie putt in. Well, here's Bryson at the 11th.
111 up the hill, back flag.
You don't want to spin it too much, but you also don't want to do that. That's hard to do.
That's going to be quite the challenge.
So that's 2 wedge shots already for Bryson.
That tends to be the question mark.
Koepka misses his par putt. That's a bogey to start the first round.
With 9-iron in hand for his approach, to miss it short right like that is just unforgivable.
Theegala for his birdie attempt at 12. Just taps it in.
Huge drive for Oberg at 11.
Just 83 yards.
That one stays up.
Second one we've seen right on the edge of the green stop.
All right, let's check in with Cam Smith, his second at the 13th. 138 yards. Switch swing coaches to Claude Harmon earlier in the month, and Cam Smith going to have a good look to move to 2 under par. Our first look now at the par 3 17th. Pot Gator is playing 241 yards in the opening round.
Man, what a shot. And that's just all you want on a par 3. Intimidating tee shot.
That pin is back right today. It's his 8th hole of the day, but on the closing weekend, that's going to be an interesting shot as we go back to 10.
Yeah, our first look at 17. At the end of the day, we'll have to see. That might be one of the best shots we see all day at 17. Billy Kratzert out with Jordan Spieth at the 10th.
Yeah, perfect tee shot for Jordan. 177 to the hole, and a little bit of a right to left breeze.
It is the difference of not getting that slope and getting down to the bottom of the hill. 170 plus versus we've seen 120, 125. Good shot, though.
It is. Couldn't ask for a whole lot more there. Got a guard missing it right of that green, as we saw what happened with Brooks, the group ahead.
And Billy, looked like Rory caught the tree, did he not?
It did, and came towards the fairway, but it ended up in just a horrible lie. 169 yards to the hole. I don't know if he can get it much more than to the front of the green.
Wow.
I was betting on strength on that one to maybe get a little more down here, but that just shows you how bad the lie was.
Yeah, that's where you can't even make contact with it, huh, Billy? It just kind of almost explodes out of the grass. There's no clean contact at all. At least stayed in the fairway.
So Rory's going to get tested on his first hole.
They call for one? You guys call for a ruling, right? You call for a ruling? An official? You did? Thank you.
Might be near the Ricky Fowler sprinkler.
It's in a sprinkler head. I know it's in a sprinkler. Here you go.
All right, now Brennan for birdie at 6 to get the lead back to himself at 3 under. Gonna scare the hole, so Brennan's going to have to come back up to make the par. Tied with Hall and Yeager at 2 under.
I think there's another one in there. Just wanted to make sure.
I figured that's what it was.
Yo, we gotta do both now, I guess, right? So, I guess it would be here, most likely. Yeah. Because I think it goes. I don't know where it goes. Just double check out. Thank you.
Obviously a big advantage if you can take a ball that was sitting in that thick rough and drop it in the fairway.
Yeah, more likely he's going to be placing it as well because of the pitch of the fairway. It's going to move closer to the hole.
Yeah, that's exactly right, David. It's a pretty good break.
Yeah. Thank you. Just make sure it gets the rest there. Good.
Yeah, after that.
Good.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Bob. All right, 133. Mainly right, but it does have a little bit of hurt. It's cool also.
So John Rahm, see if he can take advantage of that break. Michael Brennan made his par at 6. Three-way tie, 2 under.
Yep.
Still very early, first round of this PGA Championship.
146 for John, and pretty severe pitch, as you can tell, and he should take a little bit of the height out of this shot.
So got the break, got to place it in the fairway, but misses right, and then that Brooks Koepka area where it's going to be a tough up and down. Bryson, meanwhile, above the hole at 11. Wow. Barely touched it, and that's not going to stop anytime soon.
That is unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
He hit about a 2-foot putt, and now he's 50 feet away.
At least. But that's out of position, getting it caught up there behind the hole.
See if McIlroy can get up and down.
Pretty good.
Stay there. Par 3 fifth. For the lead all by himself. Steven Jaeger has been putting beautifully. Makes another one. Wow, Steven Jaeger to 3 under par. 3 birdies in the first 5 holes. The front 9, the birdies are out there to be had. Now, John, the long par putt up the hill for DeChambeau.
Really slow.
Yeah, a lot of players have already done that on that putt. So Bryson's got to make that for bogey.
Cam Smith for birdie at 13. So he'll move 1 shot off of Jaeger's lead. We wonder which Cameron Smith will show up to this PGA Championship, because David, as you said earlier, one of the best putters in the world. He's at 2 under.
Now Oberg.
Be extra cautious. Look at this. Well done.
A lot different position than DeChambeau. Now Rahm's not going to get it up there.
Try again.
He was up. Well, he was always looking low. I mean, he never thought about taking it up onto the green.
Players do have a choice, right? I mean, we saw Koepka use putter.
Yeah. You have to hit that so perfectly with the bounce into the slope that, you know, I like the play of Brooks Koepka because it felt like the bad shot was going to be what he had and still have 10 feet.
That is excellent work right there, David.
It is. Especially after the first one, because they're still trying to be a little touchy with it.
I vote John Rahm most improved after that one. Now the bogey putt for Bryson.
How about 5 feet for bogey after 20 feet for birdie?
Not ideal. After a booming drive, but a wedge that stayed above the hole, and it's a drop shot.
See Kim now playing out of the left-hand rough at 12. Fairly decent lie, which always helps, and that sets up a great shot. What a shot.
Has a chance.
Tap in birdie. Nice way to get the day going. A little bit of breeze out here, and over to 10.
Jordan Spieth.
You know, this is the ideal spot to putt from, going straight back up the hill.
Schauffele was a little closer made his. Spieth didn't give that one a chance. But solid par.
Oh yeah, just easy routine par starting out your championship. Nothing wrong with that, especially on that hole.
There's a nice look at the 12th. Oberg with the fairway medal.
Well, he drove it 25 yards by Bryson on the last hole.
Soft. Yeah, it's going to stay in the fairway.
Yeah, it looked like it bounced off the edge of the rough, so he probably should not have an issue with the grass grabbing the hosel of his club.
All right, so now McIlroy had to chop out from a terrible lie. Third shot to here, this to save par.
Yeah, a little bit down the hill. Should move a little to his right.
Didn't move a lot. Well, not the way that Rory wanted to start his championship. That's bogey. First time since 2021 opening a PGA Championship with a bogey.
12th and Bryson.
This fairway does pinch in at about 305, so that's why these guys are using 3-woods. Bunkers up the right-hand side, pinch it in.
That was usually your thought, wasn't it, John? 305, laying up, make sure you don't get there.
Now Hatton at the 11th. Just right. It's just a fascinating little hole, the 11th.
It's great to see what the ball can do.
All right, here's Pot Gita for birdie at 17. You said it a moment ago, maybe at the end of the day, that's as good as we're going to see at a difficult par 3 in the first round, playing 241 yards, and Pot Gita able to make birdie. Back to 11.
That's pretty impressive. Koepka. Also really good. Yep. Control the spin, right side of the hole, proper side. At the 9th, Fitzpatrick a little bit out of position. The par 5 going back over his fans and back into the fairway. Okay, good recovery. Back in play. Playing the proper hole. All right, at the 11th, Schauffele. 3 good drives, Susie, from this group. Uh-oh.
That should come out.
It did.
Yeah, 3 spectacular shots, too.
Turned out great. Just enough spin to keep it from staying up top. Now, the par 3 14th, coming off birdie, Cam Smith. Looks like some sort of hybrid.
Cut a little bit. Cut.
Fine shot.
Thanks.
Right into the middle of the green. Kind of all you're really asking for on that hole.
Now Jordan Spieth on the tee at 11.
A little bit of a helping breeze for the players.
Now McIlroy's turn.
Just wondering how close he can get it to this green. That was right out of the center of the club face, David.
Yeah, that's a nice one. 185 ball speed. Won't have much left.
So that ball pretty close to these 3 on the green at 11.
Yeah, this is really quick. We'll fall left.
So Koepka bogey 10, now a par at 11. Rahm on the tee.
Going to be hard there to make sure the ball doesn't chase through the green and get caught up in that back fringe.
Makes it a lot tougher. Birdie putt for Schauffele. Yeah. What a start. Back-to-back birdies for Xander. On the 10th and the 11th. Fitzpatrick now playing the 9th. Good ways back. The uphill par 5. 609 yards. Longest hole at Aronimink.
Pretty well done.
Yeah.
You know, way out of position off the tee. Got it back in play. Very long third. Not what you're looking for. Got it into the middle of the green.
See if Hatton can roll in a birdie putt.
Yeah, had a beautiful look from Brooks and perfectly done.
Yeah, good teach.
Now down to 12. Ober.
166. Flag on the ridge up to the back left.
Ooh. John, that hit on the downslope over the green and ricocheted up into the rough. That will be a very difficult up and in. You do not want to short side yourselves here.
Now our leader, Jaeger, his second at the 6th. Front left hole location in the opening round. Jaeger putting well early. He'll have another look at birdie as we go back to 12.
And Bryson.
154. Maybe it'd be the big wedge, but I think that's the little 9. Needs to get up.
And it did. It's up there hole high, a fairly flat putt. With Bryson's length, it'll be interesting to see how he attacks some of these holes. If he has a good driving week this week, puts it in the fairway, he might improve one position over the last couple of years where he's finished second.
So Fitzpatrick, the lag putt, kind of blew it by. Has to make this to save par. And did. That was an adventure.
It was quite the adventure. Not looking to have 6 and 7 footers on the 9th for your par, but manages to do it. And good outward 9.
He'll make the turn now. Second at 11 for Jordan.
Yeah, just inside 110 yards.
Yeah, that's the shot I like there that Jordan hits so well. A little bit of soft arm that doesn't have any backward spin on it coming at you. Just hits, bounces up there and checks.
I mean, it's a great little hole, the 11th. If you miss short, it's just an incredible difference from hitting the green and staying on the green as opposed to if you come back down that severe slope. A massive penalty. Now Rahm out of the rough.
Well, they actually do a lie that was pretty manageable.
See if he can keep it there. I don't know. Be interesting to see if later this afternoon, if picks up a little extra speed, that one might end up all the way back down.
Okay, can Jaeger move to 4 under with this birdie at 6? How about Jaeger?
What a start.
Some early shots out of him. 4 under par, 2 clear of Xander, Cam Smith, and a couple of others. And David, as you said, what a remarkable start for Stephen Jaeger on that front side.
Just to get so many birdies early, gets you a little cushion in there.
Big drive for McIlroy.
Yeah, 86 yards. Absolutely wonderful.
Just about perfect.
Yeah.
Well, that would be a nice bounce back for McIlroy after the bogey start to 12.
Brooks Koepka going with the fairway medal.
Oh, God. 4. Right. Right.
Well, this is no good. He about hit Keith Mitchell. It's stuck behind the cameras. Go up against the back of the 16th. This is going to be a while, fellas.
No, but what a play from back there.
Is that any good?
Wow. You could throw 10 balls down there and not do any better than that. Spectacular play.
Long birdie putt. That's crazy where that hole is today at the par 3 14th. That is way back there. And leave it to Cam to hit the perfect lag putt. So he's got to be very pleased with the way his championship has started. Couple of birdies, 3 pars. Now this 11th green, the most severe green at Aronimink, and there are a lot of greens that have big slopes, but this is a little something different. And Billy Kratzer, you're out there now. You were there early this morning rolling some balls around.
Yeah, and anything left of the flag, I mean, it was actually going to work towards the hole location and just be okay. But you talk about the severeness of this green. When Rahm was initially getting ready to putt, the ball actually moved a little bit, so he had to respot it and go from there. But this is a slow putt going up that slope. All that tilt coming from the left side of the green.
Yeah, he gave that a good wrap.
That's very good.
It was interesting to hear Kerry Haig talk about this hole specifically, this green specifically, and say they've had to keep it at a little slower speed than the other greens here just because of the severity of the slope. That's par for Rahm.
Back over to 12 and Bryson.
12 feet, pretty straight down the hill. I think if you miss it, you're going to miss it left overreading it, wanting it to break more than it actually does.
Good sense of how quick that putt was. He seemed to roll out that extra 18 inches or so at the end.
All right, Billy, now Jordan Spieth's birdie attempt.
Trying to get the line perfectly on what he sees, but most important component of this putt is speed. I mean, you just have to breathe on this one.
Not particularly close from that distance.
Yeah, guys don't like it when they have to be defensive, David.
No. Especially when you're so close to the hole. And then you're reading so much break in them, Billy, that trying to marry the line and the speed.
Well, let's go back to 12 and Oberg with his par attempt.
He missed the green long and left here, which was not a good spot, but hit a brilliant pitch and might escape. After the 3-putt at 10, he's settled in.
Let's take a look at this little flip from the back. He's got to take it straight up in the air, land it just barely on the edge of the green. Just absolutely amazing. I mean, that was a 1 in a 10 chance from there, and he knew he got away with one. Bryson for his cleanup. Right. No damage.
Well, we saw the great wedge shot from McIlroy to cash it in for birdie. Didn't take him long to get that shot back after a drop shot at the 10th. Well, what a story it was last week. Brandt Snedeker won his way into this PGA Championship, and he's got all the momentum in the world. Birdie on his first hole. A lot of smiles from him around Aronimink in the days leading up to this.
Now Brennan with his tee shot at the 245 yard 8th. Oh my, what a shot. Huge elevation change. You throw it way up into the air and back into the wind. The ball will stop fairly quickly, as that one did. That was well judged and well executed. Now, let's go back and look at what Brooks is dealing with, Susie.
You know, actually, he got a terrific drop here from the temporary immovable obstruction. The TrackMan behind that hole location there. He's got a really beautiful lie as well on perfect grass. So this shouldn't be an issue. Wind's coming from his right off his back. He has lots of green to work with and can roll it over that ridge. About 15 paces on and feed it back to that hole location.
Got to be a little bit careful. Do not want to go long here. Absolutely spectacular. Just barely creeping up on the top. Is it going to stay there?
It should stay there.
Yeah, I might think it did. Taking advantage of a good break.
All right, the tee shot's now at 13. This is Ober.
He was a little late on that one.
He's going to be way right of the fairway.
You?
Coming off remarkable up and down, and John Bryson going less than driver here, playing conservative.
Yeah, this is just a driving iron. About head high. Good center fielder. Catch that one, no problem.
He plays it safe and still misses the fairway. For a minute, I thought our tracer was a little bit off, but no, that was their tee shots to 12.
Sander at 12, second.
Sander for 167. Turning it slightly right to left with this breeze.
It's going to stay up on that top ridge.
All right, we're 0 for fairway in this group. Now Fowler.
Yeah, this group is struggling. Just back into the breeze a little bit. I'm making excuses for them.
Now that looks more like a good tracer line from Ricky Fowler, so he'll hit the fairway at the short par 4 13. Back to 12.
Yeah, Terrell, his second drive to the left.
Now Rory. Got to be careful. The second group of bunkering is about 305 yards. Most of the players are taking some club that can't reach those bunkers. You really can't carry over them. Maybe Rory's going to give it a whirl.
Yeah, I think he can certainly start it down that right-hand side with the wind moving right to left, and this could go a long way, Sandy.
They usually do. One of the best drivers of the ball in our game. He started it down there and is turning it and just looks like he's hammered it.
And that's perfect. It should be.
That carried the bunkers a good 15 yards. He can throw it on the green from there, Bill.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
461 yards, driving a throw. That's a nice way to go.
Oh, bad. It's amazing how quickly that ball gets small.
Now Jordan, he's going with driver also.
Yeah, I like the way he's driving the ball, Andy. Yeah, watched him warm up this morning. Everything pretty much organized.
I thought that overall his golf swing has looked better early this year than it has for a couple of years.
I would agree with that.
That one's fine.
That looked like a broken bat signal.
compared to Rory's. Yeah, that's a broken bat, wooden bat. Rory's using a metal bat. Now Rahm also going with driver.
This may have a little effort in it as well.
He likes to work it left to right, and that one's pulled left into the gallery and the rough.
He's 0 for 3 on fairways, Andrew.
That will not be easy from over there. Anything in the rough this week is going to be a challenge. Now back to Bryson.
His second of the 13th.
Yeah, 148, which is more than 20 yards longer than he's had in any other par 4 so far today, and this is the shortest one he's played.
That's going to go all the way back off the green. Jumped out of that rough. The front right hole location, just 6 paces on, 4 from the right, and now the lone fairway finder here, John, and Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, I didn't like that strategy to begin with Bryson. He could have bombed it up here, 40 yards, 50 yards off the green, and maybe he didn't want to do that with that front hole location, but he could have at least gotten it up here where Ricky is, which is just a wedge in.
But also, if you're going to lay back like that, it's imperative to get it into the fairway.
Exactly. And you would think he'd want to go up the left-hand side for the angle. This is just 112, though. Ricky should be able to spin this into the wind and get it to stop around the hole.
Does just that. Bounces it short of the green, able to get it on, and Fowler will have a good look to get back to even par with a birdie at the 13th. And now Oberg, you saw his tee shot way right.
It just doesn't seem right to be this talented and young and handsome and then get lucky too. But this is absolutely lucky. A great lie, 101 yards.
I said that about you in the car ride this morning, McGinnis. Young, handsome, and lucky. Oberg safely on. We'll have a look at birdie. So we'll check back in with the adventures of Bryson deep off the green.
Xander putting across this green at 12 for birdie. Can he get the 3rd in a row? He's just a fabulous player, but even more solid in major championships. Finishes in the top 10 or 15 seems like every single time. We've got off to a great start. Looks like the sun's going to try to break through. The 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. It's going to be a great one. Stephen Yeager, the leader.
How much is Philly figured in the history of America? And golf? I am at liberty to say, and that says everything. My town has seen it all. Huge moments made possible by men determined to set a new course or tame an old one. Philly demands respect for all it stands for and everything it's seen. Inside stately buildings and on tricky fairways and greens, here where independence was declared, we the people are united by love of country, city, and this week, the PGA Championship.
Big Dom representing the people of Philadelphia. We really appreciate his help with that. A sense of place here in one of the great sports cities in America. Out to the 12th.
Koepka for birdie. That's a nice birdie. Get back to even.
All set up by the drive, Andy.
Now the adventures of Bryson at 13.
An atrocious lie.
So again, he's going to have to work to make par at the short hole as we go back to 12.
Now Jordan Spieth.
146 yards. A little right to left wind. Where's the other one?
Hole's cut up on top of a ridge. And that's going to come up just short of that ridge and spin back. That's one of the most difficult things about Aronimink. So many different levels. If you're on the wrong level, it's tough to two-putt. Now at 7, Jaeger with a poor tee shot. He's got to hit big hook. Had some room around the tree. Pulled it off.
Yeah, very well done.
Yeah. Now John Rahm with his second from the rough.
Yeah, the only thing available is to go low, Andy. Just try to ease it up there, find some place on this putting surface.
He pulled it off, Bill. Very well done. He had a good lie where the people have been walking.
Now Bryson for par at the 13th.
Can't leave it short. Can't be done.
So DeChambeau going to move to 2 over. That's just a different game, Andy.
Well, if you look out here, there's one ball that's at a place that no one else is. It's called the no divot zone.
That leaves us 92 if it gets there. So
Really looks like it just about throw it on the green from there.
Yeah, 107 yards. I guess the trick here is to control the spin.
It's going to stay up there. No, it's going to catch the top of the ridge and spin back a little bit. Needed to carry it another couple of feet and it'd have been perfect. But that's the beauty of this golf course. You've got to take advantage of this after great tee shots.
Now Oberg for birdie at 13.
A little right to left. That is taking advantage of a huge break.
Okay, so Ludwig off the tee was right. Was able to get back up there for birdie to move to even par. And John, as you said, he's steadied after 10 as we go to 8.
Now back to that par 3 8th. Brennan for a birdie to get to 3. Oh, just a little bit too firm. It was a great opportunity. We aren't going to see many 2s at 8 today.
And now Fowler at 13 for birdie.
A little right to left in this one as well.
Okay, Ricky Fowler talked about his game trending coming into this tournament. Had a chance last week at Quail, came up short, but he birdies at 13, back to 12.
That ball running up there with Jordan Spieth. Another easy par. No stress so far for Jordan.
Pretty comfortable, Andy.
Now how about Jaeger? 4 under. He's made a couple of putts of this length already. He is locked in on the greens. Beautiful speed. Nice par after driving it in the rough. Let's see what Rory can do, Bill.
Yeah, maybe a little different angle, Andy, but all that support on the left-hand side, you know this is going to peel pretty hard to his right once it nears the hole.
Judging the speed coming up some of these ridges is so important, and he goots that one a little bit. That's a good 3 feet or so past.
Now Cam Smith for par at the 15th. And again, this one is with its length. You take par all 4 days, David, and get out of there.
Absolutely. And those are the putts that he's so good at, holding his round together.
Here's Xander now at 13 from 129.
Yeah, he seems in great control of his golf swing today.
There's another example of it, Susie. So softly, he's going to have an excellent look at birdie to move to 3 under. Back 1 to 12.
And Rob for his birdie.
Yeah, this is the best look of all, Andy. Coming more directly at it, still moving gently right. Good effort.
Yeah, but both of them have now have 3-4 footers coming back down the hill. The putt you're looking to avoid.
So often in major championships, you have so many of those. Now let's go up to 13.
And Koepka. Good 17 yards for his second, and he seems to have calmed down. Got a break off the tee at 12, made birdie. He'll look to move to 1 under. Back to Rory.
Great look at the bunkering at Aronimink, and so many of the edges of the greens are a little bit higher, so if you happen to miss on the short side, it's tough. Here, a fairly flat 3.5 footer for his par.
On that top side, Andy, right-hand side.
Confidently knocking that one in. He's got a little bounce in his step. He's, after that opening birdie, he's been just fine. Now John Rahm to clean up.
So I'm watching it as it went past the hole, but I don't know if he's totally convinced with the line.
He's been playing some beautiful golf on Live, but it hasn't translated to the major championships in America. Good 2-putt. And off to the short 13th.
So now the par 3 14th. Oberg coming off a birdie.
220. Right back in their face with the wind. If the air in your car was blowing in your face like this, you turn it down or turn it off. That's a 4-iron.
That hole is way back today at 14.
Nice shot. The success just getting onto the surface on some of these par 3s.
Now Keith Mitchell, last of the par 3s, playing 241 yards today.
He's liking it.
The back right pin appears to be accessible. We saw Potnew get up there. Keith Mitchell just went inside his shot, so he'll have a good look at birdie. Back to 14.
Fowler.
This is also a 4-iron.
Boy, is that going to be a challenge.
That will be an interesting putt to watch.
Now McIlroy at 13.
Treating this as a positional par 4. Back into the wind. Pretty smart play, Matt.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's because of where the holes cut.
Yeah. I would agree with
on that front right. Wanted to make sure he has a full shot in to be able to stop it.
The majority of the players we've seen this morning take driver. We saw Bryson go less than driver, but he missed the fairway.
A wobbly start for DeChambeau, that's for sure.
Well, this is a nuclear 6-iron.
Plenty of club. But Bryson's going to have one of those putts from all the way across that big green.
It looks like Spieth is being smart as well.
That's not moving back. That's left.
Way left.
Justin Thomas is here with his fam. He will be part of the afternoon wave. Two-time PGA champion, 154 tee time today for JT.
And how about this approach from Brooks Koepka to get to 1 under?
Yeah, for his second in a row. Beautiful golf shot in here. This should fall a little to his right.
And that's been Brooks Koepka's bugaboo early on in this season. The iron play, strokes gained approach, best in the world. The putter has let him down as we go to 8.
Now to the 8th, and our leader, Stephen Jaeger, 4 under. 245 yards playing downhill. A little bit of breeze into. And that is well short and way right, and some deep grass over there. It's really an awkward feeling when there's so much elevation change.
All right, here's Cantley second at the 15. That front pin, and Cantley plays it absolutely perfect. Again, tied for the longest par 4 in major championship history as we go to Xander's birdie putt. How about he's off to a great start. 3 under now, 1 shot off of Jaeger's lead, who's in trouble at 8. The back 9's supposed to be the more difficult 9 here at Aronimink, and all Xander's done is 3 birdies in his first 4, and now Koepka to clean up par. So that'll be a disappointing 4 on Koepka's card after where he put it for a second. Still even. See the bogey on 10, was able to get it back on 12 but not take advantage of 13. All right, here's Mitchell now at 17, had the great tee shot on the par 3 for birdie.
Oh, no.
So you're not going to get a much better look than that at that difficult par 3. He's going to
just raced it right through the break.
Now McIlroy played it smart off the tee, center of the fairway at 13.
Well, before Rory plays, they brought the blowers out to, I guess, maybe move some sand away from the green or off the green and some debris, but all good now.
Billy, you like that play out of McIlroy off the tee?
Oh, I think, yeah. And, you know, the more you look at this hole, David was absolutely correct. With a front right hole location, put a wedge in your hand. I mean, Rory's looking 135 yards. You start kind of looking at him. Wedge on 11, wedge on 12, now a wedge here on 13.
The players,
he has a chance to put a lot of wedges in his hands on this golf course.
Billy, that's right. One of the players we talked about that could get around this place with driver wedge, which would be frightening for most of the field.
Still there, though. Yeah, it's still, yeah, definitely still there.
And I think if you happen just to slip it even a little to the right, it's going to be okay because you have enough of a support over there with the tilt in the green to bring it back to the hole.
See the flag on the green starting to whip a little bit.
I don't like it. You shouldn't.
That is a shockingly poor wedge shot from McIlroy from where he was.
Very poor. That's that pull that he's wanting to do with the wedges.
And now Rahm.
3 yards closer. He kind of needs to hit a little bit of a reset right here. Hit a nice escape shot on the previous hole, but he needs to stuff one in there close. It's pretty in the air.
Just like that, Billy. Asking you shall receive. Rahm been a little bit of up and down. Seems to be hanging on just a touch. Can he make that birdie to move to even? So you saw that unique look of the patrons there on the walkway. Is now Cantley for birdie at 15 to move to 1 under. So 3 consecutive top 10s, 5 straight pars to start his round. But makes the birdie to move to 1 under. Steady as he goes for Cantley to start his PGA Championship. What's he at? What's speed have Billy here at 13?
Well, the yardage in the issue, he only has 128 yards, but this is a very uncomfortable line for Jordan. That's well right. I mean, you can get some lies in this stuff, Matt. And holy smokes, it's
over to 8.
And our leader has got a halfway decent lie. Can he control the spin and get the ball to release?
Pretty well done.
That's well done, yes.
All right, at 14, DeChambeau.
A lot of different breaks in this one.
It's got to stay there. John, that might be a tough one to get real close.
Well, decent for speed.
Now it's Fitzpatrick at the 11th. Perfect amount of spin.
Just using that backstop right there, taking advantage of the contour of the green.
Straight 1-putts after a 3-putt to start. This would be a pretty good 1-putt.
Yeah, I think he'd take 2 from here.
Yeah, this hole's right on a ridge too. If you're right of it, it's going to go right. If you're left of it, it's going to go left.
I don't think we're going to see many tee shots real close at 14 today. That was a good effort from Oberg. We're almost 3 hours in. First players went off at 6:45 this morning here in Newtown Square. And then morning overcast. We had rain overnight, about a 1/4 inch of rain at Aronimink, and the overcast starting to burn off. Some sun fighting through.
Yeah, that little bit of moisture might dry out through the day with a little bit of breeze. Happy to see the golf ball bouncing a bit around the course still, even after the rain overnight.
Might not see any more Arctic parkas like Bryson DeChambeau had when he came onto the property. 2-putt par for DeChambeau.
He was right about that parka boat, by the way.
It was chilly, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty morning now, though.
Back to Spieth now at 13, his 3rd.
Oh, this shot's so hard. I mean, it's just kind of one of those shots, Matt, that you have to be very accepting of a result that's going to be somewhere around 15 feet.
Yeah,
that's about what he did.
Try not to get too cute to compound your errors.
And this short 13th early on has given some of the best in the world a couple of fits.
It's amazing what a hole location will do.
We anticipate over the weekend that the course setup committee will give him something to think about off the tee. But Jordan's going to have to work to make par. And now McIlroy, after that wedge shot, still hadn't made the green.
Rory's set to play. This is, even though you have that little shoulder coming off the green, off the bunker right in front of him, he's going back up the hill. This is one I anticipate 3 feet.
Anticipate you should. McIlroy looks as if he'll get out of 13 with a par and remain even.
After we hit.
All right, so I want you to know what Rory's talking about, where he is relative to the 14th tee. I mean, they're on top of each other, the 14th tee to the 13th green. And I think he went and referenced the players that are up there at 14. It's a par 3, and you're going to see that around this course throughout the next 4 days. There are going to be times where they're on top of each other, and Xander's up on that tee box at 14.
Schauffele, who's just playing some beautiful golf. Susie, I don't know if he's missed a shot yet until now.
Gonna have an incredibly difficult bunker shot getting it up onto that little knob at the back of the green where the hole's cut.
See if Jaeger can save his par at 8. Unfortunately not. Drop him to a tie with Xander Schauffele, but as we just saw, Xander's in a bit of a problem. There'll be a lot of 4s at 8 today. That's nothing to be embarrassed about.
Now on the tee, Koepka at 14.
Yeah, wind's coming straight at them off the left. So difficult to get to this whole location today. Brooks has hit a beauty.
That's the best one we've seen, I think.
I think it's going to be hard to get it much closer than that.
So, Billy, what's Spieth have for par?
I'll say, you know, this one's going to have some quick in it as well. It's going back down the hill, and once it starts losing speed, it's going to move to his right. That's a professional par right there.
That's a Jordan Spieth par right there. His putter is what put him on a major championship run back in 2015. If he can get that going around here this week, he'll be in the conversation as remains at even par out of 11.
Birdie putt for Alex Fitzpatrick. We saw that early. Bunch of players from that side of the hole coming up short.
What's a long par 4 to everyone else is just a par 4 to Bryson here at 15.
And it's a little downwind. It's still a great big hole. I mean, it's 275 just to get to the fairway.
That's getting to the fairway. Again, on the card, tied for the longest par 4 major championship history at 546 yards. Today playing 529. That's going to be perfect for Bryson. 2 over to start his opening round. Now Rahm for birdie at 13.
Should move a little right as well, Matt. That's ouch.
And Billy, he just can't string together any momentum.
Not yet. You're right.
Out of 5.
The shortest of the par 3s at Aronimink, the 5th, surrounded by bunkers. Ryan Fox going right at it. I've seen a couple get close.
You can. That's a very accessible hole. Only at most a mid-iron for these guys.
Now Michael Brennan, a par 5 ninth up the hill, came up a little short. McIlroy made his par, by the way, at 13. Michael Brennan's playing some good golf. Brennan he made his Masters debut and played really well at Augusta National. He's only 24 years old.
Now Cam Smith with his birdie in the par 5 16th. Knock this one in. Boy, he is rolling his rock. Gets him 3 under and also sharing the lead. 16th hole's hole you have to take advantage of. Over to 14.
From the bunker.
Yeah, he's actually not in the bunker. He's in the grass. Horrible lie.
Might have been better off in the sand. First trouble of the day for Xander Schauffele, who's just played so well at the start of his opening round.
He's late to the tee.
You know you're late to the tee. Yes, sorry. 2 shots. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Now on the tee, from Virginia, please welcome Michael Brennan.
He's late to the tee.
You know you're late to the tee. Yes, sorry. 2 shots. Thank you.
All right, well, as we make our way through the first morning at the PGA Championship, you go back a couple hours, 7:18 a.m. tee time. Sean McKeel, Michael Brennan, and young Garrick Higgo, who was not on time for his tee time.
He's late
we'll
to
let
the
you
tee.
listen in.
You know you're late to the tee. Yes, sorry. 2 shots. Thank you. Good luck to you.
You got to be on the tee at your appointed time, and he was a
Now
minute
on the
late.
tee,
And that's a 2-shot
from
penalty.
Virginia, please welcome Michael
And that's sort of hard to understand. So Garrick Higgo, 2-stroke penalty for being late to his tee time. Just wanted to show that because that's a pretty significant story for young Garrick Higgo. Back to
and pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare. Back to the 14th, long par putt for Xander. First drop shot for Schauffele. So he'll go back to 2 under to the 7th.
Now Bud Cauley with a long birdie attempt. Oh, it just poured in there. That had a lot of speed. The hole caught it, and he is tied for the lead.
That was impressive. Brooks Koepka at the 14th.
After the short miss at 13.
Okay. That's a heck of a birdie. I don't think where that hole is located today, I don't think there are going to be many 2s at 14.
It's a treacherous pin placement.
All right, here's DeChambeau after the big drive at 15.
182.
And hadn't that been the story with DeChambeau recently, the iron play? And it's going to let him down there again at the 15th.
Now McIlroy on the tee at 14.
Well, from the elevated tee, but you're going right back into the wind. This towards the center of the green.
Sounded like he wanted it to go.
Really nice shot.
Didn't have to go much, did it, David?
No, very good. It's kind of where you're looking to put it off the tee.
Our co-leader, Cam Smith, at the par 3 17th.
With lumber.
He's missed the cut in his last 6 major championships. That go in someone's merch bag?
Just clipped him in the leg or something.
Ouch. I mean, the average proximity, we're talking about the 14th again. Average proximity is 56 feet from the hole.
I'll take it.
That is a.
Yeah, I take it.
I think you, Billy, and just about everybody. That one started left.
Come on. Come on around.
Got to get a little lucky. Oh, it does. Hung in there all that time, and now it is really good.
Probably right about average.
Yeah, just inside the average.
The third player, Spieth, Rory, and John Rahm.
And this is a difficult shot. And hopefully the temperature didn't get too high on that last missed putt.
Maybe show that graphic there. With the wind, you figure it's playing upwards of, I don't know, the wind is a little variable, but 240, 245.
Club of choice has been pretty much just a solid 4 and take over out of play.
Can't be long. That one's not long. Good shot.
Now Brooks at 15, coming off birdie at 14. Koepka, after the 10th, he's found his rhythm. That'll be perfect at the long par 4. Now just 2 shots off the lead to 16.
Par 5. 251 yards for Kim. Oh, what a play. What a shot. Best we've seen. Great eagle opportunity. Back into a little bit of breeze.
All right, Xander coming off his first drop shot. His tee shot at 15.
Yeah, trying to feed it down here, downwind of the narrowest part of the fairway.
So again, playing downwind today. 529 yards as we. Oh wait. It'll be Bryson first as we move ahead to the green at 15 after a missed iron shot for his second.
That iron shot's a little tougher than it looks. Ball above your feet, wind helping out of the right. You're trying to hold it against the wind, and it's not an easy approach.
John, does he appear to be working really hard early in this round?
It's amazing to me that he and Oberg are trying to accomplish the same tasks. Because one of them looks as comfortable in his own skin as you could possibly be, and I don't think Bryson's ever looked that way.
He can certainly find some comfort here if he pours this one in for birdie.
So in the fringe, it's going to push to the right, and then once it gets on the green, it'll gently work back to the left all the way up to the hole. Not a hard putt for speed.
Just shy of 43 feet.
Look at how tense he looks.
Everything looks so forced.
It's mind-boggling that it works so well.
He's been talking to himself all morning. The work continues to make par at 15. We thought maybe Bryson would take a winged foot approach where he would driver wedge, much like he did when he won that US Open. But so far, it's just been some work. He's 5 shots off Cam Smith, Jaeger, and Cauley. Now 17 in Cam Smith. David, that's about all you can do from there.
You know, you look at it, he's 20 feet, and that was an unbelievable pitch shot. That's a good illustration of out of position, what you have in front of you.
That was speed.
14. Where par is going to be a good score today. 2 birdies so far. Koepka with the putt we just saw and the hole out from Puig earlier this morning.
And now the calm Oberg for birdie at 15.
It's distance, but it's a good look.
He about poured that one in, but Oberg just steady after the 10th. Let's go back 1 to Rob.
All right, Billy.
Pretty much on the same line as Jordan Spieth. Going up the hill. See if he can get the correct speed. Needs to go.
Not the correct speed.
That's a nasty hole location. I'm sitting here looking at it from the edge of the green. And I'm just going, how do you get close to this thing?
I don't think you can.
Good gosh. I'd love to see some player out of that back bunker. I think somebody may make it from there. But now Rory, a little bit different angle. I think this is going to be a little straighter.
Billy just a couple feet closer than Rahm's birdie putt.
He gave up on that pretty quickly.
Now Bryson at 15 for par.
Even on these little ones, there's a little bit of movement.
So look, the back 9 we detailed early in the broadcast, it plays more difficult here at Aronimink. So we'll see if he can get through it and take advantage of the front. Now Jaeger at 9.
Longest hole at Aronimink. Up the hill, 609-yard par 5 into the bunker. But he'll have a lot of room to work with.
A whole lot. That's going to be a difficult shot.
For par. No problem for Rory. Bogey start after hitting a tree with his first shot of the day. Bounce back birdie and all pars since then for Rory McIlroy. World number 2. Obviously a top contender here at the 108th PGA Championship. Scotty Scheffler, Cameron Young, lots of the other contenders later this afternoon to come. And our storylines here in this Thursday morning, 3-way tie for the lead. Steven Jaeger's been putting beautifully. So has Cameron Smith, for that matter. Scores on the back 9 much higher than they are on the front 9, and no surprise with that. And we just showed you a few minutes ago Garrick Higo, who was late to the tee for his 7:18 tee time, penalized 2 strokes before his PGA Championship began.
Rough way to start your week. Really inexplicable.
Not good. So now Jon Rahm, par putt. Jon Rahm's still trying to kind of get something started after beginning his championship with a bogey.
All right, here's a look at the 15th hole and the tee shots of Xander and Koepka. Look at the average approach, 212 yards. And it's not playing its longest yet, David.
No, there's a good 20 yards still they can tack onto this.
Now Koepka's second.
Yeah, this from 204, just 198 front, 7-iron.
How about that bounce for Brooks Koepka? He's got to look at birdie to move to 2 under. Back to 16.
And Min-woo Lee with his eagle attempt to get to 2 under. Right to left and just stays out there, but a very easy birdie. I think that's going to show what's possibility here.
All right, now Xander's second of the 15.
Yeah, just 190, bombed his drive, only hitting 8-iron, dead downwind.
So Xander probably not happy with that one. All right, Paul McClure now, club professional from Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail at Magnolia Grove in Mobile, Alabama. His first major appearance. Go in! What a shot there by McClure. Now Cam Smith, can he get up and down for par at the 17th? So he'll drop his shot to move to 2 under. It's certainly a nice start for a player who's had major championship troubles. Missed his last 6 cuts at majors, but off to a good start. 15 now in McIlroy.
Well, the wind, a little bit of a trailing breeze. Not as much as there was maybe 10 minutes ago, but I think his start line just inside the bunker down the right.
It's headed left. Right at the volunteer. You see the gallery move towards the ball, and that's going to make this hole even more difficult, even if downwind.
Yeah, but pin's right on the front. You could hack it up and bounce it onto the green.
Oh, correct.
Now Spieth.
Pretty much the same start line for Jordan and Rory if they can start it inside that bunker.
Supposed to be here? Supposed to be down, maybe a hint off the right.
Okay. I mean, it's ideal wind to go ahead and send it.
Yeah, Billy, when we walked this hole yesterday, the wind was into us.
I played about 650 yesterday. The driver's been good.
It has.
The only fairway he's missed when he tried to lay it up back there on 13.
That's why you never be conservative. Rule number 1.
Just send it everywhere.
Just go with what you know. Now Xander for birdie in the lead at 15.
Yeah, this should be a little slow, Matt, coming up toward the end of this putt.
Spectacular roll for Xander at 13 as 15 rather as we go back to the tee and Rob.
Yeah, he's going to hit that hard left to right tee shot. All of a sudden it looks like maybe he has settled in now.
But Billy, it's all about taking the momentum from one shot to the next.
Yeah. Yeah.
He looks comfortable with the driver, then he can get something going, but still 1 over pars. That just trickles into the first cut. As our featured groups are out and about in the first round here of the PGA Championship. Now to 18.
Really, I think, David, a terrific finishing hole. That was not a terrific tee shot. Wow.
Plenty of distance going back up the hill. Very generous driving area of just over 40 yards. But with that being said, the big tree on the right can block you out.
He almost took us out with that drive. Jeez.
Hard to go by.
Someone who can take somebody out right here. 290 yards to carry the bunkers on the left. Keep it in the fairway. Nope, that's going to get into the right-hand rough on a par 5 that's reachable for most of these players. Long birdie attempt for our co-leader, and that's not bad from there. A 2-putt on the very tough 8th.
Jaeger saw his second shot into this bunker, long bunker shot.
Try to get it running across the green. This is so well done.
Yeah.
Not only did it have the distance, the length of that bunker shot, he also had to make certain to get it out. It was up against the lip a little bit.
Good point.
Right now, Koepka 15 for birdie.
Yeah, lining this up, he was putting it about a foot left of the cup.
Still not enough. Left it just short. Koepka going to tap in for par at 15.
Now, I'm volunteering Andy North to be the one to go outside and say hello to Cam Smith. He is right out of the door of our broadcast
right here.
center.
He could join you on the set.
Should we take him up water or something, maybe?
It might need it. Don't mess with our air conditioning, though.
No. Actually, I think it's heat right now.
Or oxygen.
Literally, you could say, I'll wave my arm. That's us. And just right over there, you can see all the folks who have gathered.
Are we an immovable object, or we're staying put?
This really wasn't on our bingo card this morning that players would be playing out of our set.
No. Cam Smith just playing through. It could take him a while. On the 9th green, this would be a really nice birdie out of that bunker.
Oh, what a great up and down.
Just fantastic. Back one shot ahead, 4 under par after 9 holes. What a first 9 for Stephen Jaeger.
Bud Cauley cleaning up his par on 8, and that is a terrific score on this hole. 245-yard par 3 downhill with the wind blowing. Well done.
At the 5th, Brent Snedeker rolls another one in. We saw him birdie the first. Now he's birdied the 5th, the par 3.
Playing with a lot of freedom.
That's
a lot
amazing.
of confidence right now.
All right, we summon the drone. That is not a good spot. And what are his options here?
Depends a lot of it if it's if our set is in his way.
How did he get back there?
I know, got through here over there. I mean,
it is amazing the ball ended up there. We have our rules official Tom Karpus with us. And Tom, what are we looking at for Cameron Smith trying to figure this out?
Well, there's 2 announce booths over there, those buildings, and they're assessing. He's going to have to drop it to the nearest side. It's not an either side situation, so it looks like he may have to go to the player's left towards those bushes, and it looks like you got Brad Gregory and Chip Essig both trying to help him there. He can also take just physical relief if he wanted to, but we'll see what he ends up deciding to do. I'm sure they're going to point out his options, but he's got to go to the player's left towards the bushes, I believe, is what they're assessing right now.
Again, it might take a little while. We did not anticipate anybody being over at our front door.
Now Spieth, his second at the 15th.
Straight downwind, 211. That's a 6 iron more towards the middle of the green.
That's a good shot from Jordan Spieth, but it does take a bit of a hop. And you know, we had talked about the confidence of Spieth with his driver. He actually put in that new GTS in his bag. Most strokes gained driving of anyone who played at Doral and Truist, so he certainly has the confidence. To 13 now in Fitzpatrick. Got off to a fast start, 2 birdies through 2 holes. Lost a shot, kind of stayed in neutral there. He'll have a look for birdie at 13 to move back to 2 under. Now McIlroy at 15.
Actually drew a pretty good lie over here.
It drew a pretty good shot out of it.
Yeah, that's really good from there.
Yeah, Billy, he's had to muscle through that rough a few times today. Now Ron.
Just barely in that step cut of rough. 172 yards. Well, he just tried to muscle a 9 iron there. Did a nice job of it,
good
too.
shot, yeah. Got to check up quickly.
So all 3 of those players behind that front right hole location. This begs of a Ken Brown demo of how he got back here.
You wonder if he hit off the roof of one of our announced buildings, whether he hit off the platform walkway.
That was Bryson's second at the par 5 16th.
Pretty good lie from 255.
It's just up there short of the green with plenty
good
of green
angle
to work with, John.
Really that far off? That's crazy.
Well, we've added a new member of our broadcast team. Cameron Smith is right next to us trying to get things sorted out. The fans around our position are moving, and we're going to see what he does when we come back.
Fun start, yeah.
Okay. So just kind of a generic welcome in to Jeff. Yeah. Okay, so say it again, Mike, just order of operations. Yeah. Okay, all right, good.
Mic check, 1, 2. I don't hear anybody talking. I hear.
All right, welcome back here to Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Aronimink Golf Club, the 108th PGA Championship. Round 1 Thursday morning. Dave Fleming, David Duval is going to be back with us later in the afternoon. Jeff Ogilvy joins us along with Matt Berry, Andy North, Billy, Susie, John out on the golf course. We got Marty Smith and Jeff Darlington with us as well. Tom Karpus, we just had to bring Tom in, our rules expert from the PGA, with what's going on with Cameron Smith. We're going to get out to Cameron momentarily, but first Alex Fitzpatrick with another birdie. So Fitzpatrick, who's played so well of late, birdies the 13th, gets to 2 under par. All right, in between all our wires and cords, and finds a little alleyway and gets it back in play. at the 18th hole. Not position A off the tee for Cam Smith, who's really played beautifully. 2 under par. But coming off a bogey at the 17th and a very wayward tee shot at 18. Now back to 15.
Spieth for birdie.
That's really good right there.
Yeah, Billy, that gives you an idea of how much that green moves from left to right when you're in the back. Let's go to the 16th.
Now Oberg with his third. Right into a little face and spinning it back down. It's going to be a long birdie attempt for at 16.
Back to 15 and McIlroy.
Let's go, Rory!
McIlroy got a teach from Spieth. That is a really good putt to get it down there. He'll tap in for par to remain at even. 4 shots off of Jaeger's lead.
That's Bryson's third. Control the spin, put it up there with the real nice putt for birdie, which he needs to make, get some momentum going.
He does, Andy, because there are birdies to be had on what is turning into just a beautiful Thursday outside of Philadelphia. Steven Jaeger at 4 under par, Bud Cauley at 3 under, Schauffele, just a brilliant start for him. Cam Smith, Alex Fitzpatrick at 2 under par. Dave Fleming, and we welcome in Jeff Ogilvy to our coverage. Jeff's going to be with us all weekend long here in Philly. And Jeff, we see some of those leaders. We've seen some wild swings, some holes playing really some fascinating stuff early on. What stands out to you?
Yeah, it's an interesting start. It looks like there's some birdies out there if you hit good shots, but if you hit poor shots, there's a lot of challenge. It looks like it would have been nicer to hit off the first tee than the 10th tee, which is what we were sort of expecting before the week. But yeah, it's an interesting. It looks like there's birdies for players who are hitting good shots, but if you hit bad shots, and especially like we just saw Cam do on 18, there's a lot of trouble out there still.
That kind of sounds like the perfect setup for a major championship to me. Good shots get rewarded, and bad shots get punished.
I think that's what we want to see. We want to see the golf course highlight the players who are playing the best. We're trying to find the best golfer in the world this week, and this course certainly, walking around it in practice, it appeared like it's going to ask a lot of different questions. You have to hit the ball well off the tee. You have to hit great iron shots, leave the ball under the hole, and of course you have to hole a lot of putts.
So Cam Smith, who had to play out to the middle of the fairway, still a long way in at the uphill 484-yard par 4. Pulled that one left. So he's going to have a long par putt across one of these huge greens. We go back to 15.
And Rob for birdie.
I thought that might have been the one that looked good for a long time.
To 1.
Gary Woodland has made the turn. He started at 10. The U.S. Open champ from 2019, his second shot. First hole's yielded some birdies today. And it is going to yield another one. Gary Woodland, what a great second shot. So Woodland, that'll be a birdie to get him to even. 15th hole, McIlroy finishes his par. Rory McIlroy playing some solid golf so far. As we say hello to Jeff Darlington. Jeff?
Well, Dave, it's a tradition at the PGA Championship on the Tuesday for the defending champion to host a dinner. So this year, Scotty Scheffler did that. He had chicken parm, steak, 3 flavors of gelato. Also included in that dinner, though, was past champions. And if you looked at all of those past champions, you could really get under the hood and figure out exactly how these guys got here. Picking a major winner out of a field of 156 players has proven astonishingly hard. But we're going to break it down for you, and thankfully, numbers help. Only 5 golfers in the stroke play era have won the PGA Championship in their debut appearance. Everyone making their PGA debut this week is out. 55 of the last 56 major champions were ranked inside the top 50 of the official World Golf Ranking. Not only do you need to have previous experience, you need to have played well. 13 of the last 16 PGA champions had a top 20 finish at the PGA Championship within the previous 2 years. Recent major form, equally important. Each of the last 4 PGA champions had multiple top 10 finishes over the previous 6 majors. Almost there. 3 of the last 4 PGA champions were top 5 in scoring average on the PGA Tour. And finally, 2 players remain, Rory and Scotty. But each of the last 10 PGA champions represented the USA. A real shocker that it came down to Scotty and Rory there. And if you look once again at this summer, you'll see how difficult it is to truly win a PGA championship. And, you know, there's no real science to this, but we look at these numbers and we can tell that there is at least some science to it. We should also point out Xander Schauffele said of Scotty Scheffler and his ability to win these majors, it also comes down for a love of the game and an ability to compete. Dave.
All right, Jeff Darlington put a lot of work into that formula. Jeff Ogilvy had passed the smell test to you.
Oh, well, you got to have a system, I guess.
At 16, Oberg. Ran that birdie putt just a little bit by. Now the 10th, Steven Yeager, he's made his turn, and he'll play the back 9. Leader by 1. That one's going to roll down into an area where we saw Brooks Koepka and John Rahm struggle and make bogey to start their rounds.
Yeah, we didn't talk a whole lot about 10 green before this week, but it looked one of the scariest greens out there to me.
Ricky Fowler with his birdie at 16.
Okay. Look at that out.
He's really played a lot of quality golf the last month.
Well, the adventures of Cam Smith at the 18th. A visit to the broadcast booth, a punch out, a shot to here, and one of the longest putts you can have.
Not done yet.
No. Still has to make that for bogey. Back to 16.
Bryson for his birdie.
Little right to left.
Just a little bit easier, John. I think he makes it. Nikolai Hoiberg at 12. Højgaard's been on a really nice run this year. He's played a lot of quality golf, and there's another beautiful shot.
All right, for bogey. After all that, maybe okay to walk off with a 5.
You know, there'll be a lot of 5s on 18 this week. That's one of the more adventurous ones.
It's a great finish at Aronimink. We talked about the par 3s. I think the finishing hole's also a real characteristic of this historic venue. Pretty good.
Excellent shot there.
That's the best one we've seen from down there. Up ahead to 16.
Xander for his second.
Yeah, from 266 yards. Taking the risk here, trying to throw it all the way down there. Has to stay out of the right side bunker.
Ball's a good 30 yards to the right of the green. And he'll have a lot of green to work with. Højgaard for his birdie. Nicely done. Back to back. Gets him a couple under. 2 shots out of the lead. Now Rory with his tee shot at 16.
Directly back into the wind, Andy. Bunker down the left-hand side. I just don't think you should challenge him.
About 290 yards into the wind. Probably can hit it over him, but.
Well, we're going to see.
I think Rory likes a challenge.
What bunkers? Unfortunately, just catches the left-hand rough, but it looks like he's got a really good lie, so should be able to reach this green in 2. Now Spieth.
He's driven the ball well. He's certainly put it in position.
Center of the fairway, it slopes to the right, it really runs hard toward the rough. That ball landed softly, so it's going to be just fine. Now Rahm with his.
Well, he's going to hit more of a piercing tee shot than what Jordan just hit there. That's about 20 yards, maybe 25 yards in front of Jordan, Andy.
3 good drives. Rory got a really good lie in that left-hand rough. They teased you a little bit here with that tee shot at 16. If you hit it over the bunkers, there's some rough there. You've got to hit a little bit further right than you think. Now Koepka with his 3rd.
Yeah, 95 after a great layup from the left rough off the tee. A little low trajectory.
He was expecting that one to maybe have a little bit more spin, but a good opportunity for birdie.
Bud Cauley playing really well. Long birdie putt at the 9th to tie Jaeger. The longest hole at Aronimink, a par 5 up the hill. So that'll be a par for Cauley.
All right. So here at the 17th, this is what we're going to call a downtown Philly traffic jam, because you take a look at where some of the tee boxes are relative to the green. We're also going to tap into air traffic control while we do this. So the 16th green you see coming up, which mirrors the 17th tee shot. So you've got to wait there, and then you've got the 9th hole with it crossing over. And so you have to wait, which Fowler has done, and now he'll take his tee shot at the par 3 17.
A lot of pointing going on out here. I'll go, you go, okay. And then there's the wave that says, okay, I'll go. And then it's 241 yards, and that's one-handed there for Ricky.
And the left side is dangerous at this hole with the cutoff, and he's going to go deep over the green. But John, you're right. Communication amongst 3 or 4 different groups on this course throughout their first round. I mean, they've almost got to play air traffic control of themselves. So there's the 16th green. There was the 9th tee box to the left, and now here's Ludwig Oberg. No humans around, so now he can tee off.
Don't see him take many head covers off on par 3s. This is that 7-wood or 9-wood. He gets it straight up in the air, and he carries it about 260. Kind of like Andy North's driver back in the day.
So that's going to go back into that back rough, and you heard Dave talk about it a minute ago, the closing 18. It's a stretch of 15 long, 16 the par 5 scoreable, and then 17 and 18. They're going to get your attention. It's all smiles now, but I'm sure come the weekend when we're playing 1 through 18, it won't be.
So why don't you just tee this one up a yard or 2 back over on the right side, and dude, it's 238. Even if it flies in and just goes over, that's not the chance.
John, what switch was made there?
Right.
Just trying to get a.
You don't have to even get that cute with it. Just high one. Get a high with this hurting wind. It's perfect.
Looking to see if this was the 4 or the 5 iron. He had one of them in his hand and switched.
Josh, full right.
That is right of right. That goes up against the grandstand of John, what hole is that?
That's over near the 9th fairway.
So that group went 0 for green. Did Bryson catch that one off the hosel?
I won't say it was off the hosel, but it wasn't where he was aiming, I don't think.
Wasn't off the center of the club face either. To 16.
Same weighted.
Yeah, just a little pitch shot, trying to release it to the hole.
Well done. We're fortunate that he was over there where folks have been walking around, and it wasn't too bad a lie. Took advantage of it. Xander's such a solid player. Plays well in literally every major he plays in.
Now Burns at 2. He's 1 under. A putter like Burns has, he'll have a good look at birdie to move to 2 under and 2 shots off the lead. Front right pin location.
Is Rory waiting for his second while the players clean up what they're doing on the green? It looked like he drew a halfway decent lie when we looked at it earlier.
Andy, it's going to be the best lie in the rough this week that I'll put eyes on. That's how good it is.
And as we go up to the now Hatton.
Andy really struggling off the tee. He's got it going both directions. Got it to here on his layup, trying to get something back.
Unfortunately, that is a par on a hole that you're really looking forward to making a birdie, because the next 2 holes are just brutally difficult.
All right, John, what does Bryson have there at 17?
He's going to have to take relief on the base of the grandstand. And first he needs to move some humans out of the way. And then once he's done all that, he has a really hard shot from inevitably live that's not going to be conducive to the shot he needs to hit.
And John, for the viewer, because of our vantage point, from where you're standing relative to the tee box, how far right was this?
This is 40 yards, 35 yards right of the flag. That's what he's going to have left.
It's kind of been not kind of, it's been a struggle for Bryson here. He played the back 9 first. It's his front 9 2 over. After missing the cut at the Masters, double bogey the 18th on Friday to miss the weekend. He's been every bit of the news cycle in the world of golf over the past 2 weeks. And while we wait for Bryson, we go back to Koepka.
With his birdie attempt at 16.
Yeah, left it in a great spot, pretty flat.
Get someone. Now back over to Bryson.
To get it close, he has to hit it straight up in the air and carry it all the way to the green. I mean, honestly, if he was brave enough to one-hop it in the rough, that would be a way to stop it. There is a backstop about 20 feet past the hole, and I think that's probably where you're going to end up. He did try to one-hop it in the rough.
And the bravery did not pay off because it stayed there just on the fringe.
Heads up, Ralph, heads up.
So the rough is going to get Bryson at 17. after the errant tee shot to 16.
Oh, yes, that was terrific up and in. Gets Xander within one shot of the lead.
Now Ricky from behind the green at 17.
And he's got to go over this little swell right here and then downhill to the hole. Oh, he checked perfectly right at the top of the hill.
So a good shot by Fowler. On these par threes here at Aronimink, you've got 2 par 5s. It's a par 70, but the par 3s don't get your attention to 16.
Spieth was the second at 16.
Well, that's a 3-wood, Andy, and boy, it was hit well.
Just catching that front bunker, not a bad spot to be. Now John Rahm with his, Bill.
Kind of the same situation. Ball just slightly below the level of his feet. And, also going with 3-wood. That's how strong the wind is right now.
Go. Go ball. Go. Go ball. Go. Don't plug.
I'd much rather have it in the bunker. That's in the deep rough, just short of the bunker. So that will be a difficult pitch.
Alex Fitzpatrick playing so well, 2 under par, but this is for bogey at the par 3 14th, which has really been a tough hole. So that's going to be 2 drop shots for Fitzpatrick. Difficulty mostly has just been getting it anywhere close to the hole.
Now Rory with his second.
242, and from this lie going with 5-wood.
Reached the bunker.
Now Oberg at 17 from the back of the green.
Not a great lie. You're trying to hit such a precise shot from such an imprecise lie. It becomes really difficult.
And that's after the tee shot that's playing 241 yards. To 2 now, and Burns for birdie. It's an uncharacteristic miss out of Burns.
Be nice to get to the back 9 under par, get through the back 9 under par and get on the front. Burns is in a good spot.
Here's Bryson. All right, a good looking shot out of DeChambeau there. That was his 3rd, so he'll have to putt for bogey, and now pot Peter at 6. So Fitzpatrick was able to tap in for his double. He's going to fall 2 shots back, as Potgieter's going to have a good look for birdie.
At the first, Cam Smith still under par. And an excellent opportunity coming up to get that shot back.
Changed coaches this week. Started working with Claude Harmon this week on the range, so it looks like it's working so far.
So far, so good.
What a big par putt here now for Ludwig at 17. Easy does it. And he is rolling that putter confidently. He's one of the players you'll have to contend with out there. Does not lose a shot at the 17th as we go to the par 3 8th.
And this is always fun once you get to the 8th. 245 yards. Ball stays in the air. Seems like an eternity. And what a shot. My goodness, we've seen some good shots here. That's the best by far. Amazing shot at 8.
Make a birdie on 8, you're going to pick up more than a shot to the field.
Now Fowler to save par at 17.
Just right back up the hill. Oh, he thought it was going left.
And it did not, so he'll move back to even, back to 1.
Smith for birdie. I don't think he really needs a coach for that part of his game.
If you're going to copy a putting stroke, copy Cam Smith.
Really good birdie there after what happened at 17 and 18.
Now Bryson for bogey at the 17th. So he's going to lose another shot. 3 over now through his first 8 holes. Started on the back. 7 shots off of Steven Jaeger's lead to 16.
John Rahm with a very difficult shot.
So hard, Andy. Did not draw a good line.
That's the type of thing that happens so often around these greens. Out of the rough, you're trying to be a little bit careful, and it just doesn't work.
There they go, the player communication off 16 and 17. Xander looking to the group behind him, and now he'll take his tee shot.
Yeah, this is 3 hybrid, Matt. Wind's died down a little, sun's come out. Still coming at him and off the left.
Left.
We have seen some shots at the 17th in the last 10 minutes. Back to 16.
There's a great look at how deep this bunker is. Rory will be first to play, a good 6 feet below the surface, and this is one of the ones that aren't as deep as some of the others. Hands look well, but bunkers here, I haven't seen the players be able to spin the ball much. The type of sand really varies, but that'll be a birdie opportunity.
Bud Cauley, who made the turn at 3 under par, playing the 10th from the fairway. A pretty good position to putt back up the hill.
That's a good shot.
Back to 17
Lots
and
of spin
kept going.
from the fairway, it looks like, on
Now
10.
this is 4 iron for Brooks.
At this point, safely on is good, Jeff.
Absolutely, yeah. Brooks looks good. It looks like if he can hole a few putts, he's going to be dangerous.
That would not be fun.
Well, Bryson's dialing it back, even an uphill 490-yard par 4, not going with driver.
325 to the bunkers up the right-hand side.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's done his calculations.
I never had to do those calculations. How about you, Jeff?
No, 325.
325 is just not in play.
It looked a better swing from Bryson.
Yeah, that's why you hit that club. You stay short of those bunkers. If you're on the right side of that fairway, they've taken out so many trees here. That tree is a factor. Back to 16.
That was Jordan's third. Not terribly happy with it, but see if he can make the putt. Now back to 11.
PGA leader Steven Jaeger coming out of the rough makes this a trickier shot.
In some ways, but in other ways it takes a spin off the ball. On the green like 11. As you can see, you don't want a lot of spin.
Just couldn't get it all the way back there. But it stayed up, didn't roll all the way back.
This will be John Rahm's 4th shot.
A little different angle here, Andy, and a little bit on the upslope, so it's going to be a whole lot easier from that deep bunker. Oh, that's beautiful.
Big difference being on the upslope there, I think.
Yeah, that was the key to making that shot.
Birdie putt for Cauley at the 10th. That's a slow putt.
That's a slow putt, and those long putts uphill, you're so concerned with the putt on the way back. Sometimes it's hard to hit the first one hard enough.
So Steven Jaeger, 4 under par. Xander Schauffele's played really well. He's in trouble though at the 17th. First round from Aronimink, the 108th PGA Championship. We have a trivia question for you. Jordan Spieth, one of 3 players to win each major except the PGA Championship. Who are the other 2? I'll give you a hint. It's a distinguished list. Not going to give away the answer. Not yet, at least.
Now Jordan Spieth with his birdie, slightly down the hill, right to left. Oh yes, finally walked one in. First non-par of the day. Beautifully done. And it's from another angle. Just get the thing rolling down there. Looked a little bit longer from that angle, but what a great putt. Now Rory's turn for birdie.
Well, he's coming more straight down the hill, Andy. It's not going to break as much to the left.
Got to be a little careful with the speed.
Susie, where's Xander?
Xander's over in like a walking path over here. He's got a good lie. He's got a couple options. Can take it low or go up. There's a little backstop behind it.
So some work left for Xander. McIlroy did make par. Back to 16.
Yeah, this is the cleanup. His par after that beautiful bunker shot.
Well, he's had a couple of nice saves today, Andy, just to kind of stay at that one over mark.
I just want to know the distance difference from where Bryson hit his tee shot on 17 to where Xander hit his tee shot on 17. Must have been 100 yards apart.
Yeah.
Jaeger all the way up the hill at 11. Another one that's just hard to get it there.
Such a slopey green. We all looked at that during the week.
Okay, we asked our trivia question, gave you a moment to think about it. The only other 2, all 3 other majors except the PGA, Tom Watson and Arnold Palmer. Now, usually you want to be on that list. Jordan Spieth would like to leave that list this weekend.
I was walking with Andy North the other day. He gave me that history lesson about Tom Watson and Arnold Palmer.
It's good company. That tree is a part of the character of this excellent finishing hole, the 18th. DeChambeau did not go with driver. Oberg up closer to those bunkers. So Bryson
might want to move it left right a little bit.
That's from 190.
front bunker.
That's a bad miss.
Got a huge green and a lot of room to the left of that hole. It's kind of the one spot you don't want to be. Jaeger now for par to stay at 4 under. He's putted beautifully. Five birdies on his first 9 holes for Jaeger.
Now Ryan Fox, this would be the first birdie on the 8th today after that spectacular tee shot. That a way to pay it off. Love it. Who says you can't birdie 8?
Not Ryan Fox.
There won't be many of those. That might be a big skin today.
Back to 17 and Koepka for birdie.
Yeah, lots of break right to left.
Up to 18.
So now Oberg a little closer to those fairway bunkers. Turns into a great shot.
He's in the right spot now.
He knows that was close.
Xander to save par at 17.
Yeah, right up against that collar makes this tricky downhill putt.
Every time Xander gets a birdie, he gives one back. Birdie to 16. He'll make bogey at 17. You talked about the 8th being difficult with just one birdie. There's only been 2 at 17 all day.
From the fairway, Daniel Brown at the 11th hole. Wow! That's a 2. What a shot. First eagle of the day on any hole. Thank you very much. That was a great shot.
Back to 17 and Koepka. Gets out of there with a par to remain at 1 under, 3 shots off the lead. You see Koepka's card head to 18, the bogey on 10. 2 birdies and pars the rest of the way. So we go up to 18.
Clogged, short-sided, rent stew. Landlord's at the door.
Otherwise, though, John.
It's a pretty day.
That's why we have the bunker cam right there.
It's like Bryson knows where the camera is.
That's pretty good. But he'll have to make that. Otherwise, it's going to be another bogey for DeChambeau.
Now Spieth at 17.
See how high he sends this in the air back into the breeze. Trying to take a little yardage off of it.
It's going to miss the green right into the rough. Spieth coming off his first birdie of the day. And this 17th, as expected, given some of these players' fits, we moved ahead to 1.
Min-Woo Lee, the windbreakers come off as the sun has come out. The birdie goes down. He's at 2 under par.
Good start to his week.
Very talented player. 17.
And McIlroy.
And he's got a 4-iron out. Actually, the wind just dropped a little bit. Trying to get it to stretch. And just enough. That's a good shot.
Yeah, based on what we've seen over the last 25 minutes, you're going to take that all day as these par 3s continue to show its teeth. Now Cam Smith at 2. was able to get a birdie on 1 after the bogey on 18. And now Rahm at 17.
Yeah, he's certainly undecided because all of a sudden the wind is. He has 4 iron in hand, but the wind is kind of going back and forth. But he's going to stay with the 4 iron. Well, that was smashed.
So just 2 birdies on 17 today. You heard Andy mention just 1 birdie at 8. These difficult long par 3s are certainly giving people their best at the 18th now.
Par save for DeChambeau.
Little right to left.
Ooh. I mean, this round is going sideways.
Slowly.
But methodically. On the tee at 18. Xander Schauffele.
We'll take this down the left side of this fairway. Avoid that big large tree leaning on the right.
He struggled with tee shots at a couple of the long par 3s. 14 cost him a shot. 17 cost him a shot. Otherwise, he's played really well. Now the birdie try for Oberg.
Beautiful shot in here. Not a hard putt, just a little right to left.
So that's frustrating.
You're not going to get many looks like that on 18.
The Wanamaker Trophy on the line this week just outside Philadelphia. First round action at Aronimink. The 2026 PGA. Okay, I'll stick around. Good Lord, Bryson.
He's an absolute dumpster fire.
On air. 1, 2, 3.
Philadelphia. Rory McIlroy making his way to 18, up on the green at 18. Bryson DeChambeau, his dreams not coming true so far. That is a tough first 9 for DeChambeau. 39.
Yeah, he's going to have to turn something around.
Rahm some work at 17 from off the green.
Well, 2 from here with the putter would be really good, Matt.
We've seen 8 bogeys and 1 bogey or worse at 17. Now Spieth.
Decent lie. Really good shot.
That took a look at it. Rolled past the hole, so Spieth doesn't want to drop one here at 17, Billy.
Yeah, but again, he took what was available, and now he's got that putt back up the hill, as you said.
Quickly to 12.
Now our leader playing out of the right fairway bunker. good angle. Just got to carry it all the way up on top of the ridge. And he did, and it's unfortunately spinning back down, but a really good solid shot from there. 12th hole was very doable if you can get it on top of that ridge. Now over to 17.
And Rory McIlroy.
Well, a little different angle than what John Rahm had, and there's that ridge that kind of cuts across the green, kind of bisects it from that right-hand side. And you saw Jordan Spieth's ball release. Once Rory's putt gets over that ridge that I'm talking about, over the spine, it's going to go hard left.
This is a 53-footer.
Yeah, he's aiming a long way right.
Really good for pace.
Yeah, that is well judged by McIlroy. You see him wiping his brow. It's a stressful hole. If you can get out of here with par, you're loving it going to the 18th. Speaking of.
Right in the middle of the fairway, Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, from 180, but this plays up 7, needs to carry it over that right bunker.
Really good shot. A little longer, but a similar birdie putt to the one we just watched Oberg miss.
Now Jaeger putting up the hill at 12, and it's just so slow that if the stint is 12 on the stint meter, it's probably 16 down the hill and probably 8 or 9 up the hill. That's how much difference it is. Now Xander.
Different angle for Schauffele. Working up and around that big tree. Took the tray on. And it worked.
All right, see if Spieth can save par at 17.
Straight up the hill. Another great save, Matt.
There you go. There's a reason they've coined the term Spieth par. Doesn't matter how difficult it is, but that putter looking good, the driver looking good. Spieth at 1 under as he heads to 18, now to 10.
This is actually the first, even though the sign there says 10. They share the tee box.
It got me, Flem.
It was bound to happen. I'm not blaming you. It is, you're firing in all directions, that shared tee box 1 and 10. So Oberg and DeChambeau starting their second 9.
And now Rahm for par back at the 17th.
Well, he's had to work pretty hard for the 1 over score he's at right now, and putt that's gently moving left, and it's hard work, but hanging in there.
Yeah, the opening bogey at 10, then all pars on his card. If he can get over to that easier front side, stabilize it a little bit.
Well, it's definitely true. There are some birdie opportunities, including this hole, the first to Fowler. Good looking tee shot.
Now McIlroy, after a remarkable first putt from just over 53 feet away, so he's going to make par. It's kind of a similar story with this entire group. Dropping a shot at 10, he got one back on 11, but just steady par golf on a side that's played much more difficult early on.
First has been the 3rd easiest hole so far. Bryson DeChambeau. Again, that didn't look like the full driver from Bryson.
Into the 3-wood, maybe the plan is changing.
Good drive. He's going to have a short wedge in. Of course, those short wedges have not been perfect for him. Look at where Bud Cauley's aiming. From above the hole at 11.
You can have some adventures on the 11th green.
It's fun to watch. That's a great hole. The most severe green at Aronimink. That was a good putt.
Jaeger to save his par at 12, and unfortunately just slipping it off to the right. That will drop him from the into a co-lead at 3 under with Bud Cauley, who we saw just hit a birdie putt at 11.
It's pretty unusual because Jaeger's been putting beautifully. Now Koepka's birdie try at 18.
You just feel like if you could make a few, Brooks.
I'm with you. He's hitting it as well as anybody.
4 or 5 years ago, you would have said this was his sort of golf course too.
It gives you that sort of northeast Bethpage, Oak Hill feeling where Koepka's had so much success. On the tee at 18. He's really driving it, isn't he?
Yes, he is. It's another good one.
Jordan Spieth, he looks good. His first 8 holes on the tougher side. Now McIlroy.
This one's trying to hold up against that wind blowing left to right, but yeah, it hangs in there. That's going to be actually perfect.
The advantage if you keep it on that left side is the tree is not an issue at all.
It's a perfect drive there. A little different for Rory. Looked like he was trying to hit a little fade there.
Hey, look who's here. Scottie Scheffler, defending champion, 12th straight major, Jeff, where he enters as the world #1 ranked player.
Casual Thursday.
Well, maybe he's got a little pickup hoops to play before he tees off. Schauffele to tie for the lead. Good aggressive putt there. Rahm on the tee at 18.
One of the only holes in the world that the fairway putters would be out of reach for most of these guys.
That's true.
Keep it up, Jordan.
He almost got there. He is going to have to work it around that tree from where that tee shot ended up.
John Rahm lives it left to right. He loves that.
He does. Back at the first in the fairway, Ricky Fowler.
125. Right up the hill.
Probably not going to be just thrilled with that one. Now the 9th hole. We saw Ryan Fox make the first birdie of the day at 8. Can he go back to back? No. Par 5. He'll make a par. John, here are the shots Bryson needs to dial in.
118, hasn't made a birdie yet today. Right on cue. He's got a good look.
Yeah. Didn't quite spin that enough to get it back down to the hole. He was hoping it would get there. Solid par for Schauffele. Only 3 pars on his first 9 holes.
Adds up to 2 under.
He just had the 2 real swings off the tee at the par 3s, 14 and 17. Now Oberg.
That's just a flick of the wrist from 108.
Great shot that is. John, he's been consistently by DeChambeau off the tee, hasn't he?
He has, with very little effort. I mean, it doesn't even look like he wrinkles his shirt when he makes that swing.
He's got a great opportunity for
Here's
birdie.
Sahith Theegala for birdie at 2. Why not Sahith? Good to see him back in a major championship and healthy to move to 1 under. Battling that neck issue at last year's PGA Championship. Actually had to withdraw before the tournament. So he's back and healthy. Good to see him. To 4.
Now Sam Burns with the birdie putt at 4. And he rolls it in. Expect him to do some of that this week. He's such a great putter. He's got the length. He's a player that I think will be in the hunt on Sunday.
Now our leader, Jaeger, at 13. That's all you need at the short par 4 13th. One Jaeger bomb down the middle, and you're good. And we had talked about it throughout the morning, and we can't wait to see what it does this afternoon. Look at the difference. You'd think it'd be a little bit more than that, but it's tightened up a bit. But still, Jeff, the back 9, if you're starting on the back 9, you get through it around even par, you're feeling good because there's opportunities on the front, especially through the first 3 holes.
Yeah, you weren't feeling good standing on the 10th tee this morning at your first tee time, but if you can get through that back 9 and get on the front for sure, there's more birdies. That's really the first 7 where all the birdies are. 8 and 9 are pretty tough.
That's right.
If you can get through those 8 through 18, there's some scores on those first 7 holes.
And this would be the par 3 that is yielding by far the most birdies. The 5th. That's a beautiful little hole.
Nice to have a par 3 where you're not pulling a head cover off the club.
That is a fact. He's going right at it, just over the top of that flag at 5. It's going to get a little better.
One of the more interesting greens here. 5.
That's one way to put it.
Lots of wrinkles.
All right, so making the turn alongside Schauffele and Hatton, Brooks Koepka. Brooks is going with driver.
Usually pretty aggressive. Big advantage if you can hit driver and hit it down the fairway.
Yeah. It's been a birdie hole. It really becomes a birdie hole if you're in that position. Up ahead on the green, Ricky Fowler.
Right to left for a bounce back birdie.
Good lag, just kind of pushed that second shot. You hear the wind maybe picking up a little bit from the fairway at 18.
A little bit of footwork.
That's a great shot.
Really good shot there. Shaped it in. Used that spin on the green to go towards the hole.
Jordan's been solid, more than solid. Now McIlroy's turn.
Yeah, a little bit closer, but a much better angle to the hole.
Looks like what you would call A1.
That's the perfect spot to be on the 18th.
And that's a perfect line right there.
Good shot.
All right, the second now for our co-leader, Jaeger. Right pin location, he'll be about 28 feet for birdie. We go back to 18.
John Rahm.
167 yards, but he's going to have to peel it a whole lot more than what Jordan Spieth did.
We got the line right, but one less club maybe.
Yeah. So now Hatton on the tee at 1. A tough start to his PGA Championship, 3 over par through 9 holes.
He's got some birdie holes coming up. He can salvage his day, but he's got to get started soon.
Yeah. Second shot for DeChambeau did not come down the slope. So John. Down the hill. Still without a birdie today. So for Bryson DeChambeau, you can just see the body language, the frustration already. He's only played 10 holes. This was his 3rd after his ball stayed above the hole at 11. And Jeff, he barely touched it. And this is going to take a while.
Yeah, unlucky there. The ball stayed up there. It's hard to believe. And you've really got nothing from up there. Like you said, you get the ball. You get the ball, one roll on it, and it's going to go all the way down the front.
Ended up 50+ feet away from the hole. And so he dropped a shot at a hole, the 11th, where we've seen a lot of birdies as well. Then on 13, he took less club off the tee and still missed the fairway. And from the rough, he just couldn't stop it.
If you're going to lay it up, you got to make sure you hit the fairway, because from that far back out of this rough, you're going to see that ball just hits, bounce through the green.
Huge miss off the tee at 17.
This was, yeah, bizarre shot really off the tee. Looked like less than ideal contact and missed it where you really couldn't even get his second shot on the green.
Hit the front bunker on 18, blasted out to there, tried to save par, couldn't do it.
Got to hit some better iron shots. You can't be missing the green from the fairway. Plug the ball in the bunker and rough start.
Yeah, for a guy who's finished runner-up in this championship 2 years in a row. Oberg for birdie. Okay. First hole yields another birdie, and Ludwig gets into red figures, 1 under par. This is the scoring slot for him and these guys who are coming through these holes. Jaeger and Cawley, maybe not the two names you'd expect to top the leaderboard. Still early in the first round. Schauffele's played really well other than 2 swings. We've seen Sam Burns start to make some putts. I've been really impressed with Jordan Spieth. Jordan Spieth's playing really well.
Looks very solid, hitting fairways, made a couple of putts.
So
this
Billy,
tricky, this one.
We moved the microphone for John Rahm, huh?
Indeed. Actually a pretty tough shot because the entry has to come in a little bit steep. A little more giddy up down the hill, and that's going to be just fine. That is so well played. Absolute perfect contact, Jeff.
Really well done there. We heard lots of players talk about how tough this first cut of rough was around the greens. Very thick and longer than they're used to.
It was definitely a theme of the preparation, was the rough, especially right around the greens, was very difficult. Koepka.
Wow, this from 110 sounded a little heavy.
I think that's exactly what it was, Susie.
Disappointing miss there.
All the way back down.
Now Oberg at the tee at 2.
Ooh, wind hurting out of the right.
All right.
Oh my. Wow. That's 2 of those today, Matt.
Yeah, he's coming off a birdie at 1 and then goes way right at 2 as we go back to 18.
Oh, Rory's taking a pretty hard look at this, and you can see just how quick this putt is going down the hill, moving gently to the right, and just enough going back up the hill, coming off that bunker. Didn't have enough speed.
Great read, but it just shows you how tough this course is if you're putting from above the hole. How defensive you have to be.
So for Rory McIlroy, bogey to start, an immediate bounce back birdie, and then 7 straight pars for his first 9. He'll be headed to the first. Tyrrell Hatton from the fairway at 1.
At also 110, just has to try to control the spin here. There's a ledge right in front of this whole location.
Seems like Tyrrell could use a birdie. He's going to have a good chance for one. Now Spieth.
Yeah. Kind of knew it right at impact, apparently.
That was an early stride, and not in a good way.
It's been a good 9 holes, though.
Seems like it. Really good.
Now Fowler at the tee at 2.
It's a hard fairway to hit because it slopes so hard from left to right.
Also a blind tee shot for these guys from where it is at 2 with those bunkers on the left. Let's go back to the 1.
Xander.
Now from 105, headed right at it.
Stay there.
Xander's looking good. Back to what he does in majors.
Bryson back with driver at 2.
All right.
Interesting, he's 3-wood off the last 2 holes. This seems like a 3-wood tee shot for Bryson to me, and he pulls driver.
You wonder if he thought he got his confidence back with the 3-wood swing, thought he'd make a move with driver, and you saw what happened.
It looked like he might have ended up in the concession stand. Jon Rahm makes his par. That was a nice little up and down.
Lovely up and down.
8 consecutive pars for Rahm. But again, as all these players leave the 18th, there are some really good scoring opportunities up ahead.
If you get through 18, team up on 10 at even par, even 1 over, you're probably pretty happy with your morning so far.
Sam Burns at the par 3 5th down the hill. Just a little more break than he was anticipating. For Brooks Koepka, definitely was hoping to have a better birdie chance than this.
Yeah, that's for sure. And this is uphill, sloping, difficult 2-putt here. Downwind is actually going to affect this, but quite steep in the middle, so hard to judge your pace.
Yeah, he's got a lot left.
Like you were saying, Andy, the difference between uphill and downhill speed here is incredible.
Our co-leader, Jaeger, for birdie at the 13th. Oh, has he been good with the putter today or what? That misses to the right. He'll make par at the 12th to the remain at 3 under to 12.
This is Cauley's 3rd shot at this par 4. But he pulls that off beautifully, and he's going to be able to save par. Well done. That will keep him at 3 under. And a top 10 a few weeks ago at Hilton Head.
Well, Susie, I would think this is pretty makeable for Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, he's hovered around it. Really a beautiful shot on the 18th from a poor spot off the tee. And here, a perfect place off the tee. And leaves himself about 11 feet.
Shaking his head there. Tap in par to stay at 2 under.
Charles really starting to hit the ball better. It took like 4 holes for him to seem to settle out. He had some poor lies that he managed well. But he's hit a couple really nice iron shots the last couple holes.
He could use this one, though.
He really needs this one. You know, these next 6 holes are where you need to grab some. Much easier than that back 9.
Confident putt there for Matt, and the double at 15. It was a big speed bump, but makes a birdie. Now on the tee at 1, not 10, 1. Headed south and right down the middle again. Brooks, he needs to make this one. He did. No driver for McIlroy.
Hit the green, thanks.
Yeah, it's a perfect tee shot that you can send down that right-hand side and gently let the wind bring it back.
Looks like that's exactly what he did.
All right, now Oberg in trouble off the tee. Did this at 13, John. Here he is at the second.
Made birdie at 13. And this is actually pretty wide open, 138.
All right, so here's one of those unique areas of this course. Just going to roll behind that tarp. That actually rolled down near the 8th tee box. So if you miss it long and right, you're now going to be in the direction of the 8th tee box. So we'll check in on that in a moment as we go back to the first.
Yeah, don't play 8 yet, Ludwig. Rahm right down the middle.
How about those swings?
Those are 3 really good swings. So it might be go time for McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm. They survived the back 9 holes, and some real birdie opportunities coming up, with still so many of the world's best players to come later this afternoon. Justin Rose, who's played some of the best golf of his career in the Philadelphia area, the 2013 U.S. Open champion over across town at Marion. Tommy Fleetwood trying to break through with a major win for the first time. How about Shane Lowry, the Open champion from 2019? Lowry will be off right after 1:30, playing with Colin Morikawa and Victor Hovland. Cameron Young, hey, he visited the shop at Augusta National. That's a good-looking hoodie from Cam Young, who is definitely one of the favorites behind McIlroy and Scheffler. Almost going to move over to ESPN from ESPN Plus. That's about a half-hour away.
How fun is this? Plenty of ways to watch the 108th PGA Championship. Featured groups and holes all day, ESPN Plus, in addition to our regular broadcast. Have a look at that 5-box. Stars all over the place. Some of the best holes here at Aronimink in the first round of the PGA Championship. If you don't have the ESPN app, why? Get it. Let's go to 2 now, and the adventures of Bryson continue.
He was on the steps. The bar over there got relief.
Look, maybe he got some extra relief from the bar, because that's one of the better shots we've seen today out of Bryson. Can he make his first birdie 4 over as we go back 1-1?
Green light time for Rory McIlroy. Stay up? I don't think so.
It's not going to.
He's had a few of those so far today.
Had one back at the 12th, third hole of the day for him that could have taken advantage of, but did not.
Wedge game often lets him down.
Now Fowler second at the second.
From 138 after a long wait.
Look at Ricky Fowler. He'll have that to move back to even par to take advantage of these first 7 holes. Now Dan Brown, we saw him hit an eagle from the fairway. This would give him a share of the lead. Yes, sir. Yeager, Brown, and Cauley all tied at 3 under.
Jordan Spieth at the first.
Just 104 yards, and after seeing that, this probably is going to come in a little lower. Yeah, a little bit lower. Well played.
Even that looks to me like these greens are starting to pick up a little extra speed.
All right, here's Oberg now. He hit it over the green at 2.
Has to land it on the top level, then down to the bottom level.
That looked pretty good, really.
And again, they had to wait at the 8th tee box because of how green and tee box intersect on that side of the course as we go back to 1.
John Rahm.
Well, a yard closer. That's got to go, though.
Nope.
Oh, my.
After those 3 great drives, Spieth hit a pretty good shot, but below average efforts from McIlroy and Rahm, that's for sure. That's going to go all the way back off the front, and that's going to keep going.
Big mistake.
Well, it feels like he barely made it halfway to the hole at the end of that one.
You fight through the back 9, you finally get a green light shot. Disappointing.
Now Jason Day's second shot at the 6th. He's hanging around even par in his first round. Former PGA champion. Jason Day. Jeff, if you hit these contours in the right spots, you can have birdie putts all around that front.
Absolutely. You use those contours the right way, but it works the other way too.
So now
Get
Bryson for birdie at 2. That elusive birdie for DeChambeau remains through his 11th hole.
So here's Rahm.
Well, this is not an easy task as well.
No, he's going to have to make a downhill putt to save par.
Yeah, it looks scary fast from behind the hole, too.
Oberg for birdie.
Just a little right to left.
Nothing to it. Missed the fairway twice, way right. And Oberg's made, those are his only 2 birdies on the day. It just does not get rattled. Now our co-leader, Cauley at 13. But Cauley can continues to play good golf. 8 feet for birdie to take solo lead. Back to 14.
Long par 3, not a good spot. Can't do a whole lot better than that from over there.
No, 14, 17 look like they're really testing today.
Yes.
Okay, Ricky for birdie at 2.
McIlroy was definitely hoping to have a putt a lot closer than this.
You know, this is really good for speed.
Yeah.
Oh, man, amazingly good. And I think he's been good with the long putts today.
Just a few loose wedge shots have really cost him.
Been saying this a lot today for Bryson DeChambeau for par.
Just can't get it going, DeChambeau. Now the par 5 9th, big hitter, Potgieter, climbing that hill, second shot. The wind makes a big difference on this hole. He got it all the way up there.
609, and he got there with an iron.
That's some power. I guess it's a good day to be doing some work up on your roof. Look down on the first green.
It's about the same length putt he made back at 18 for par. He just got a little bit of a teach from Rory. And that gets him to -2.
I'm impressed. You said it, Billy. He's been playing really well.
It's just been solid.
Here's Schauffele now.
Yeah, from 113 to flat part of this green.
So John Rahm, in no way would he ever envision he had 100 yards in with a wedge. This is to save par.
It's going to be a really quick one down here, Billy.
Oof. Really quick, but it's a kind of putt, Jeff, and you know as well as anyone, you've got to take control of the pace.
Probably why we've seen a few guys short, because they don't want that fast putt.
Yeah. But he's going to feel like that's one of the worst bogeys he's made in a long time, I bet.
He gets through that back 9, like we say, you get to the birdie holes and green light opportunity on 1 to make a bogey like that. It's got to sting.
On the tee at the 3rd. We haven't seen the 3rd in a little while. Ricky Fowler. The fairway bunker is a big feature off the tee on this hole.
Yeah, and another one of the tee shots here that it's difficult to see them all off the tee. You've really got to pick your lines in practice and work out where you want to aim it.
All right, here's Jason Day for birdie. Well done by Jason Day to get into red figures. Making birdie at the 6, birdie at 4. Taking advantage of that front 9 to 3.
Well, downwind, those bunkers really shouldn't be in play.
Not for you and me, Johnny.
Well, they're out of my range. This has had just a little left, though.
Well, and remember, early left, we saw Ben Griffin in that rough and have a terrible time of it. So you got to get a little lucky with the line out. DeChambeau.
Back to the 3-wood.
Looked like it.
Next Roman over.
Just trying to find anything that can get his opening round going. has been a slog. All right, we saw the miss left off the tee for Jaeger. Now this to save par.
Ooh. Big time. Goes down a 3 on the card.
A lot of ways to make par. Steven Jaeger made a lot of putts today. Remains tied for the lead.
And Cauley to take solo lead for birdie at the 13th. How defensive was that putt, Ogilvy?
That was conservative.
So taps in for par, remains tied for the lead at 3 under. Now Xander.
Yeah, just a disappointing shot from 113. He put that slope in the middle of that putt in play.
So again, Xander's making his way around the course. We touched on it. The 2 par 3s of what got him at 14 and 17 as we go back to 9.
Got an eagle try coming up for Potgieter. This would vault him into the lead. There are only 2 par 5s here at Aronimink for the PGA. We haven't had an eagle at a par 5 yet today. Back to 2.
And can Hatton continue the momentum with back-to-back birdies?
Yeah, he didn't play much break. You saw when he was lining this up. He's not playing it to turn a lot.
Misses that one on the left side. You heard Susie talk about Tyrrell about 4 holes ago, kind of finding something, unable to score there. Remains at 2 over. So the second hole, a dog leg left. The fairway slopes away from the dog leg, and it's as simple as this, Jeff. You hit the fairway, 91%. Otherwise, you're missing left in the green regulation. You have to be in play. As Spieth has been off the tee, 8 for 8 fairways today.
Yeah, 300 over those bunkers left. Jordan probably has to go right.
Well, he did, and
I just gave him the 8 for 8, missed his first fairway. Up ahead on the green, Koepka for birdie.
These are the ones that have plagued him. See if he can get it done.
So disappointing par for Brooks, still 1 under. As we go back to the tee at 2, and McIlroy.
I think he has to challenge it on that left-hand side. I think he has enough to possibly take it over the bunkers.
Absolutely, Billy. I think he does.
Hang in. Go.
You just saw the percentage of greens in regulation if you missed to that side. Up ahead to 3.
Well, must have had a decent lie. Really good shot.
That's a really good shot from there. Using the slope.
Ober coming off a really good par save. Chance for a birdie at 3. Back to the tee at 2.
And Rahm.
That starts just inside the bunker. That should be good.
Billy, there may have been some anger in that tee shot.
Possibly.
So can he take advantage of this one? Able to do it at 1.
The 21-year-old South African, Aldrich Potgieter. Ties for the lead, 3 under par, finishes his first round of this PGA Championship with a very fine 67.
Great start to his week. Still looking at trying to make the International President's Cup team this year, Aldrich. Great young talent.
This would go a long way, obviously. I'm going to say if he wins this event, he's going to be on that team.
Safe bet.
That is not a great miss.
That looks like a terrible spot there. No green to work with. Maybe downwind a little bit.
Yeah, maybe he was expecting a little more push from the wind. 14 for a rare birdie and the outright lead, Dan Brown. Careful. A little aggressive. 31-year-old from England, two-time winner on the DP World Tour, playing in his first PGA and playing well. Now DeChambeau.
That's from 117 downwind.
Okay. So maybe a birdie. He hasn't had one yet. DeChambeau will have an opportunity to 2.
And there's where Rory McIlroy's tee shot landed.
Yeah. Jordan Spieth is going to be first to play. The lie that Rory has in the bunker is absolutely pristine. He has 1 yard inside 100. Great angle. On the other hand, Spieth from the right-hand drive. It's a manageable lie, but I'd be a little surprised if he even attempted to go at the flag. Smart.
Yeah, and Billy, that's what you talked about. Just take the flag out of the equation. You've been putting it well. It's Jordan Spieth just 1 shot off the lead, and now McIlroy out of that bunker.
I think it's going to be Rahm. They kept looking at each other, and Adam Hayes and Rahm now on the same page. He's just a good wet shot.
I assure you we'll show the McIlroy shot. Now Rahm.
It's the 101. It's a wedge he's trying to flight. He did a real great job.
And for the first time today, we get a smile out of Jon Rahm. It's been a fight. But on his 12th hole, he holds out from 101 yards, and just like that, he is even par. What a shot.
Sounded clean.
Yeah. Just one you just didn't want to fool with from there, Jeff.
Put some fireworks at the second hole, and you have to wonder, what will that do for Jon Rahm the rest of the way? 101 yards, wedge. Dunk it. They'll take anything to get the momentum going. And on a day where Jon Rahm has been fighting the golf course, he finally threw a punch at Aronimink. Now even par on the easier side of this tournament. I don't know how they got rid of that ball. Billy, it's amazing what one great shot can do. He's now a man of the people.
you talk about an attitude changer. Wow.
He just hadn't been able to seize any momentum. He'd been finding the fairway off the tee. You saw it happen on one, a brutal bogey after having a wedge in his hand, and that time he wasn't going to allow it to happen. So this featured group with Jordan Spieth, Rory McIlroy. You'll see the conclusion of their round over on ESPN. And speaking of confident, Billy, I think a lot of what we've seen out of Jordan Spieth this morning is that he's confident off the tee, and that's leading to other parts of his game.
Yeah, I watched him warm up, and it just looked so organized. There was no kind of rush to get the warm up in. The driver was good. Only hit 4 or 5 drivers. Then to be able to take it to the golf course, very impressive.
With the pressure of a career Grand Slam on the line, his 10th pass at it.
Yeah, that's a great point. He's got a putt here that certainly has his attention. It's going downhill. I'm going to say the first 12 or 14 feet. Then it's going to go back up, and then it's going to start weaving its way back to the right.
Spieth, one of 2 players that are bogey-free. That'll get the full Jordan Spieth experience. So he'll talk that one out.
By the way, just as a reminder, we still have lots of golf coverage on ESPN Plus for you, but our main coverage is going to head over to ESPN here momentarily. So our main telecast will be shifting in mere moments from ESPN Plus over to ESPN. Scott Van Pelt's going to join us for the afternoon. And once we make that shift, we're going to take you all the way to 8 o'clock Eastern tonight through the first round of this PGA Championship.
Billy, what's Rory have here?
Well, a little bit different angle, but kind of the same putt because it's going to crawl up that hill that Jordan did. And then his goes a little more down the hill once it gets over that little crest. It's good for speed.
Yeah, much more aggressive look at it by McIlroy. Still even for the tournament. You saw a scorecard. He bogeyed his first hole, which was 10, birdied 11. Just a string of par golf, but still only 3 shots back.
I would say for Jordan Spieth, playing this first 11 holes, there's been plenty of clarity with what he wants to do with each and every shot, whether it's off the tee, whether it's the iron shot, short game. This is a really good version of Jordan Spieth right now.
And you'll get a sense of how dialed in he is if he can save par here. This would be huge to remain 1 shot back. Spieth bogeys the second, coming off a birdie at 1.
All right, so McIlroy will stay and finish Rory, make sure he makes his par, and then we're going to make the switch. So join us just moments from now. We'll be over on ESPN for the rest of the afternoon and early evening. It's been a really fun morning here on ESPN Plus. McIlroy trying to stay even par. He's got some good birdie opportunities coming up right now. So the par putt made for Rory McIlroy again. Scott Van Pelt, David Duval, they're going to join us when we make our shift over to ESPN, the first round coverage of this 108th PGA Championship. Join us over on ESPN.
The assets have arrived. Thank you.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I am well. How are you?
Good. So here's what we're doing. We're starting with the tees, so we have plenty of time here, all right? The tees will be almost 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
And then we'll have some good-looking shots, and then we'll show some highlights.
Okay.
It's a nice long run of highlights. So people will get completely caught up, all right?
Mm-hmm.
As we've been saying all morning, we're not in a rush till we are. So we will come on camera towards the back.
So now's where I have 10. I have 10 from now till 2.
That's correct. Yes. 20 seconds.
Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway. And the champion golfer of the year, McIlroy, repeat masterpiece.
These two players have separated themselves from everybody else quite a bit. As a fan, are you kidding?
What a time to be a golf fan. We are, all of us, witnesses to legend being authored in real time. Rory McIlroy and Scotty Scheffler have won 4 of the last 5 majors. The players who have combined for a run like that are among the greatest to ever play. Snead and Hogan, Tiger and Phil, Nicklaus and Watson, Nicklaus and Trevino, Nicklaus and Palmer. These are the footsteps being followed by Rory and Scotty. They enter as favorites for the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club outside Philadelphia, the city where Bobby Jones captured the only single-year Grand Slam 96 years ago, a standard that would drive and bedevil generations of stars.
Now on the tee, please welcome our PGA champion.
Rory and Scotty are the latest kings of the game, and that might last another year, or it might end this week. That's the beauty and horror of golf. This field features 154 of their peers, a bunch of whom have won multiple majors themselves, and yet reputations don't hit shots. The best golf is major championship golf. 4 tests a year, and while the absolute best majors might be when 2 players emerge from the pack, this pack has plenty of talent, all driven by the same desire to rewrite their own stories. Golf is a forever game. That's what a major championship is for. History.
Greetings from Aronimink Golf Club, Newtown Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. As Wright Thompson describes, major championships are about history. So is this city. Great fans of all sports, and they are here at Aronimink to see the beginning of a 4-act play as it unfolds here on a day that's become quite nice. Began under cloudy, chilly skies after some rain moved through overnight. And for the first time since 1962, major championship golf returns to Aronimink. You see this golf course, a Donald Ross gem, redesigned by Gil Hanse. And the stage is set as these stories begin to come into focus with some of the very best in the world still waiting to strike their first shots on this Thursday. As for some of the highlights, for those of you not enjoying the coverage on ESPN+, Rory McIlroy on the short par 4 11. This green is tricky. Rory, the beautiful wedge, sets up birdie. Jon Rahm had not had a moment to smile until he hoops this one. David Duval, that's a way to start your round.
That was the way to jumpstart.
Heck yeah. A lightning strike and a thunderclap from Jon Rahm, one of the best in the world, of course. Ludwig Oberg here on one up the hill. That's perfectly judged.
Yeah, well judged. You get a wedge in hand, and you're able to get the ball into the proper section.
And we'll be saying that quite a bit on many of these holes, driver and wedge. Brooks Koepka, if that club cooperates this week, look out. He's been working on the putter, trying to get that sorted, and you know the story for Jordan Spieth. His 10th opportunity to complete the career slam. He's playing well here on Thursday, looking for a Wanamaker to complete the collection. Xander's got one, and here on 11, as we described, it is a challenging hole location. You got to be just right. How about Xander?
Yeah, he's been in complete control through his first round today. He's looking as sharp as he's looked.
Interesting, he said he wasn't nearly as confident prior to this championship beginning, but he looks plenty confident right now. Bud Cauley here on the shortest of the par threes, the 5th, beautifully done.
A little bit of a gettable par 3, the only one out here.
The others are 2 1/4 plus. Aldrich Potgieter, powerful young South African here. Playing all the way up the hill on 11.
They're going to face a lot of those putts from lower and higher sections going up to other places on the greens.
Steven Jaeger, the front nine, the more gettable of the two. That's one of the par 5s. He birdied there to turn in 4 under. Min-Woo Lee here. A look at that shortish par 3 5th. Spectacular. That moved Min-Woo to 3 under. And we have 2 eagles on the day thus far, and both have been on par 4s. Here's Brown on 11. He hasn't played a ton of major championship golf. He was on the leaderboard, as you might recall, in the Open Championship in 2024, and he finds himself tied atop the board. Actually, Dan Brown has dropped one. I beg your pardon. You see Potgieter, Jaeger, Min-Woo Lee, Bud Cauley, all at 3 under. Clear of Schauffele, Brown, and Fox at 2. There's Spieth, Koepka, Day, a PGA champion as well in the red numbers. A lot of the chatter leading into this week is that scores might be awfully low. And David, thus far on Thursday, that's not been the case. Does that surprise you at all?
I am surprised. I think today and this morning especially is about as good as gettable as you will think the golf course is going to be. And it's a little surprising not to see somebody at 5 or 6 under.
All right, we see Rory at even par at the moment. And here on 3, the rough, David, we'll be talking about this quite a bit. They topped it off on Tuesday night, won't touch it again. And it is not deep, but dense.
It's really thick, yeah. And that's why it's important to get it into the fairway because of where they can put these flags. This one here on 3 is tucked right behind this bunker. It'll be difficult for Rory out of this position to get it stopped in the proper section.
That's more than acceptable from where he was.
About all you could ask for. Aggressive line just inside the bunker. Got it within 20 or so feet or so.
Yet another from the rough, and again the ball is not visible. DeChambeau has been struggling to find it early here at Aronimink.
Yeah, rough start to his championship. Really needs to find a birdie or 2 coming in, finishing up his round.
He'll have an uphill putt there at 4. Perhaps he can find something to get some forward momentum. Spieth's been driving the golf ball beautifully. That was the storyline at Quail Hollow a week ago. And the center of the fairway here at 3.
This is a situation where kind of a green light for him now, because he does have that wedge in hand. He can throw it at the flag and get the ball to stop in that proper section.
And executed just as you suggested. If he could roll that in, get to 2. Powerful Brooks Koepka here.
Yeah, he's just chugging along very impressively. Nothing too flashy, just playing solid golf so far through his first round.
Putter the big question. He's been tinkering with it. Saw him working. Pete Cowan, his instructor, early on a Monday, going through the bag, trying to find one he agrees with. All right, Rahm. Bunker here. Center of the green, but that'll be a lengthy putt. Greens are enormous here. Most have quite a bit of undulation. And so one more look at our leaderboard. Again, we have a quartet at 3 under par. There are 3 at 2 under. Among those 1 under, major champions Spieth, Koepka, and Day. As we work our way here noon Eastern time throughout the afternoon and into the evening as the remaining portion of this 156-man field gets underway. There are an entire page of players at 1 under, including Sam Burns, Gary Woodland, just won at Houston, a major champion. Ludwig Oberg, a man on the tops of many lists this week. People think perhaps a breakthrough for him. You've seen some of Xander's play along with Koepka and Tyrrell Hatton, who was quite a few over, but working his way back. McIlroy, Spieth, and Rahm, star power together. These featured groups over on ESPN+. David, just how important is a birdie to try to get yourself in a positive frame of mind?
He hasn't looked particularly sharp today, Bryson. He looks really stiff going around this golf course, like almost like befuddled a little bit. And he just needs to try to pick up a shot or two somewhere coming in so that he is within kind of shouting of the lead.
David Duval, former world #1 Open champion. I'm Scott Van Pelt. We're going to introduce our colleagues that'll be on the call throughout this afternoon. You said a moment ago you're a bit surprised that scores aren't a little bit lower for those who are on that afternoon wave. And I'm curious, were you one that would watch the coverage in the morning before you went out to get a little bit of intel, or no?
Typically would have it on, and as much as anything to see how the ball was reacting on the fairways and on the greens. And so far, you're getting some good chase in the fairways, and the greens have been very receptive. And that's why I think this surprised the scores aren't a little bit lower.
Right. The weather is a huge part of any major championship. We were curious how might rain impact this golf course. A line of rain came through in the overnight hours, but not significant. And it appears that, pardon me, throughout the week, it's only going to get sunnier and warmer. By the weekend, could be approaching 90 degrees here. So we'll see how the golf course reacts as, again, these days create the storylines that we'll be keeping tabs on here at Aronimink. This Philadelphia area has many gems, and Aronimink is certainly counted among them. And Gary Player, the winner here in '62. Been some PGA Tour stops here that perhaps you might recall, including victories for Justin Rose and Keegan Bradley in 10 and 18. And Gil Hanse, as we mentioned, he got to work. Philly native here.
What a dream, right?
This golf course, won a Golf Digest Top 100 in America. He said he wanted to repaint the picture, and that's just what they've done. It was a Donald Ross design in '28. Jeff Kittle is the head professional here. Riley Weedham, director of instruction. John Gosselin and his crew have done a tremendous job in creating this canvas. It looks magnificent, and the storylines. See the 10 consecutive American winners here in this championship for the first time since the decade of the 80s, when only the Stars and Stripes were winners. Here, Jordan Spieth, who you've already seen, hopes to make it 11 in a row. It's his 10th opportunity to complete the Slam, and we got to Augusta, you know the golf course, but what were the storylines? Well, then Rory wins, and the storyline certainly includes him, as he and Scotty have won 4 of the last 5 major championships played. David Duval and I have said hello. Curtis Strange will be on the call in some of the golf holes. Andy North and Billy Kratzer, Ken Brown, Marty Smith, Jeff Darlington, Tom Karpus. They are with us as well for interviews, any rules questions we might have. Inevitably, those do pop up, and when they do, we'll get the information direct from the source. And I mentioned the weather. It really is lovely at the moment. But as you see, hoodies, quarter zips, things of that nature. I believe Bryson showed up in a full-length puffy coat.
On.
I don't know if it was that cold. Maybe a fashion player, which we understand. That bottom graphic, though,
yeah,
those wind gusts, that's significant here. You see Rory there, not starched at the moment, but definitely part of it. We say good afternoon to Curtis Strange. Curtis?
Good afternoon to everybody. Rory, interesting putt down the hill to the back of the green. To 6.
And Sahith Theegala hanging out at 1 under par, his second shot. Good to see him back and healthy, playing in major championship golf. And how about this shot from Sahith? That's going to curl tight. So he has a good look at birdie to move to 2 under, 1 shot off the lead. Now Fowler for birdie at 4. Check that 3. By the way, it's a birdie. And how about Min Woo Lee early on in his round, the second shot at 6. David, he's one of those ball strikers where it's only a matter of time.
You would sure think so, and he is one of the longer hitters in professional golf as well. And you know, when he can figure out that little bit of confidence.
Now back over at 3, Spieth for par. We had a good look, missed opportunity there. A nice solid round so far. There you see 2 birdies and 1 bogey. Boy, wouldn't that be something if he was in the hunt late Sunday afternoon.
Let's check in with Koepka now, his second at the 4th. And again, iron play has not been Koepka's issue. Leads the tour in strokes gained. It's been the putter. Can he knock that one down to move to 2 under?
Now back over at 3, Rory for a tap in par. Not much to it. This just straight up the hill. Saw him earlier in the week. He looks very, very comfortable. Enjoying himself after completing the slam.
Little discomfort with the foot early on, but walked a bit with him yesterday. Said, I'm fine. And here on 10, there's the cost of that rough.
Couldn't barely advance it down the fairway.
Now on 11, after beginning this championship with a bogey, gets it right back.
Yeah, that was a nice shot to see. Kind of a soft arms, take the spin off the wedge, good to just kind of bounce up there and check.
13. This will be a fun hole this week. I'd imagine
they'll move it up.
It'll certainly be drivable at some point. Question early in the week, strategy-wise, do you lay up or not? Make par there. Here on 18. Huge bender. And just half a roll shy of birdie there. Coming off the history-making win at Augusta for the 2nd year in a row last year. Completing the slam. This year becoming one of just 4 to go back-to-back at Augusta National. He's 3 off the lead. Oh, Oh, there's a youngster that just got quite a souvenir. How about it?
All right, let's check back in at 6 and Minwoo Lee for birdie. Well, he didn't like that the second it left its face.
Yeah, that's the challenge these players are facing on these giant putting surfaces, that you're having excessive speed, big breaks, and you're only 6-8 feet away.
And now the par 3 17th, and Garrick Higo, who got a 2-shot penalty before he even stepped on the tee, late for his tee time. This hole playing 241 yards here in the first round.
What a shot.
All right, so I mentioned Higo this morning. Remarkable shot, by the way, there at 17, as he's making his way up to the first hole. Have a listen to the rules official as he's walking up to the tee box.
You know you're late to the tee. Yes, so that's 2 shots. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Hello, lads. You're late to the tee. 2 shots. Here's your card. Go play
Now
golf.
on the tee.
Play well.
And by the way, he's even par. Over to 10.
Salute to Higo for absorbing that and carrying on. All right. Michael Block here. On 10. What a shot.
Nice start.
His story at Oak Hill, remarkable. He's been embracing every bit of his journey. Here to 4.
And McIlroy. Billy Kratzert's with this group of Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, and John Rahm. Back to Thigala now. You saw his approach. This for birdie to move to 2 under. And Sahith Thigala, 1 shot off the lead. And now Xander Schauffele over at 4. Long birdie attempt. Xander, a bit of an up and down round to start. Got it to 3 under. Par 3s have given him trouble. He's since dropped another. And now Koepka at 4. After another good iron shot, can he capitalize with the putter for birdie? And David, that's been it for him.
It has been. He's been struggling, doing a lot of experimenting with different putters.
See if the putter agrees with DeChambeau here.
This would be his first birdie, Scott.
Not a lot of happy on the happy meter this morning.
No, he's about an 8 on the grumpometer right now. Make that a 9.
Not to be confused with the stimp meter. It's a different instrument altogether, the grumpometer.
It's a real thing.
Absolutely. Like you invented it, Curtis.
Oh, stop it. There's many came before me, trust me.
Understood. I say that with love and a smile on my face. You know this. All right, to 7.
Brian Harman for birdie. Yes, gets him back to even par. Not the longest of hitters, but very accurate. Fun to watch him play around these dog legs. Now 15 bug golly for par down the hill. Longest par 4 in major championship history. And we have that left for bogey. Currently at -3.
Okay, can Higo make the birdie at 17? So he erases the 2-shot penalty given for being late. Now he's in the red at 1 under as he heads to the 18th.
Real testament to start your championship out with a penalty and then fight back to get it under par.
Back to 5.
And Obig for par.
just inevitable. You're going to have some of those putts if you don't get your approach shots in the right sections of these greens. When you're putting up big slopes and down big slopes with lots of break, it's hard to get it cozied up next to the hole.
So much undulation on these greens. The hole locations where the PGA of America sets things up. That will be really, really fun to watch. To 7.
Min-Woo Lee. Tee shot over at 7. Tough tee shot. One of the hardest fairways to hit. Characteristic here is this severe slope downhill and to the left past 300 yards.
What's there to your right?
4.
And Rory McIlroy off the fairway in the rough.
You start looking at the yardage. If you hit the fairway, Jordan Spieth 134, Rahm 130, but Rory, that miss hit 168 left. I would think he's going to try to land this somewhere around 10 or 15 yards short. Just let it ease all the way down there. It's soft.
And Billy's, we talked about in our morning coverage on ESPN Plus. He's been fighting that rough a couple of times this morning.
Indeed, he has.
These are generous fairways. You can have an opportunity off the tee, but if you miss, if you find that wrong patch of thick, it can get you.
It's a great point, Matt. These fairways are ample. I mean, 40 paces across, many of them. But that rough, while it doesn't visually jump up and scream U.S. Open, it's not. It's a different championship. But the density of it, you saw the penalty on the cost for Rory very first hole.
Well, and Billy just pointed out the other big thing. When the ball lands in the rough, it gets none of the run out. And so it's costing you 2, 3, 4 clubs into the green.
Let's see what Spieth has now for his second.
I mean, he has lived out of the fairway this round. Actually trying to take it a little more upstairs. Another excellent shot.
That's the perfect way to play those bounds on these greens. And Spieth will have an opportunity for a birdie to move back to 2 under after dropping one as we go to 10.
And Michael Block for a birdie. Alan Shipman did a nice story. I thought it was interesting. I mean, it's become a polarizing figure. Everyone's cheering for him at Oak Hill, and then whether you're a fan or whether you're one that had enough, whatever the case may be, he's right here and starts with a birdie. Block's championship begins with a birdie 3. Bucketer, Jaeger, and Lee tied atop the lead as we're just getting started here, heading into the afternoon here at Aronimink. Scotty's the reigning champion, and he will head out into play a little bit later after 2 Eastern time. And he's the hottest player in the world. Hard to argue with Cameron Young. Been remarkable how he has burst onto the scene, and Philly style finish. You see some of the tee times throughout the afternoon as you settle in wherever you might be with us across the country. Great to have you along for the ride as the PGA Championship gets going here. ESPN's coverage of the 2026 PGA Championship brought to you by the PGA of America. We love this game.
Welcome to the first round of the 108th PGA Championship at Aronimink Golf Club. For more than a century, the PGA Championship has defined excellence in golf, producing unforgettable moments, legendary champions, and showcasing the spirit of competition at the highest level. In a tough but fair Donald Ross Golden Age design, Aronimink will test the greatest golfers in the world with the Wanamaker Trophy in sight. We are proud of the Corebridge Financial team of PGA of America golf professionals who will compete in Newtown Square outside of the city of brotherly love. They represent the more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals who grow, coach, and promote this game every day. So on behalf of the PGA of America and thanks to CBS and ESPN, enjoy the 2026 PGA Championship.
And Scotty Scheffler just a little bit ago, arriving here in advance of his 2:05 Eastern time, tee time. Reigning champion on a string of runner-ups. He's looking to get his nose out in front. Here are some of the afternoon tee times, including Victor Hovland. Seems to be forever tinkering something on the range, trying to find it. A little cross-hand iron swings. Colin Morikawa, that back still a bit of an issue, but he continues to play it through the pain. And Shane Lowry, a major champion. Wonder if he'll make another ace somewhere out here. He seems to have those mastered. Then in the afternoon wave, we also have Chris Gotterup on a golf course where you can hammer driver. This is a guy that you have to keep an eye on. Robert McIntyre. A couple of wins on tour and in the arena. The Ryder Cup showing himself as a great champion. One of the great ball strikers on planet Earth, Tommy Fleetwood, had that great breakthrough last year in Atlanta, looking for his first major title. Cameron Young, as hot as anyone on the planet at the moment. He broke through for a win in North Carolina last year and has kept right on trucking. Keegan Bradley, great memories in this championship and great memories here. A winner of the Wanamaker and a winner here at Aronimink, and both majors. Justin Thomas's collection are PGA championships. They'll be together this afternoon. And then it's Scotty. The headliner, yes, but winners all this season on tour. Some of the emotion that you don't often see from Scotty was evident last year at Quail Hollow as he won. Matt Fitzpatrick, a major winner and on quite a heater this year on the PGA Tour. And Justin Rose, I want to talk about an equipment change that was made, but he's a Philly guy. Won at Aronimink and won at Marion. He's also a winner this year on tour. We talked about 5 a little earlier, David, the short par 3, but 14, 17, and then 8 on the front side. They are robust par 3s.
Oh, they're all you want. Quite the challenge having to take middle to long irons to those holes.
This is not easy, but it's the shortest anyway. And it's that familiar Ross par 3 design. Downhill, well bunkered, and Koepka. Those irons are
really sharp.
Dialed in, man. Dialed in. To 4.
And McIlroy just off the green.
He scooped that one a little bit. Got to get up that ridge.
And that's going to come back.
Yeah, he's going to get to try again, huh?
In the rough off the tee. You saw how that impeded his second shot. And now he's going to have a lengthy putt to stay par. Remain it even. Back to 5.
And Schauffele. 9 iron. Susie's with him.
Yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful coming in off the right.
Pretty sporty pair of tee shots there for Brooks and Xander. To 7.
The Gala from the left rough. Tough fairway to hit. Well played. Not quite sure how it will come out. Kept it below the hole. And a birdie opportunity to 6.
And Ricky Fowler's second shot.
145 uphill, blind. You can see the top half of the flag.
He didn't need to see it. Hit it perfect. Back to 7.
Minwoo Lee out of the left rough.
Stay, Ronnie.
So tough to judge. And well played there. Well played. Have a good look at birdie.
And now McIlroy trying to save his par at 4. So bogey for McIlroy at 4. Errant off the tee. He'll move to 1 over.
Now Xander for his birdie on 5.
Not much to this putt, just up the hill slightly.
Beautiful birdie for Xander. Had his breakthrough here at Valhalla. Then won the Open Championship that same summer. To 4.
And Spieth for birdie. Boy, he's threatened to run a couple of times. He'll make par to stay at 1 under. Tenth pass at a career Grand Slam, trying to become the 7th to do so. Playing some pretty solid golf here in the first round.
That's the issue right there.
Wow.
For Brooks. Just been fighting it. Muttering to himself as he walks off, understandably so, to 7.
And Theegala for birdie. Not much to it. Pretty straight up the hill. Easiest hole location on this hole. Back center to 5.
And Spieth.
Right now, he's feeling it with the irons.
He's doing a lot of good things out there, isn't he?
He really is, David, and probably one of the more efficient rounds I've seen him play this year.
He arrived again. The driver was dialed in, and he's carrying that weight that Rory did for all those years going to Augusta. But obviously, David, is different as you go to different golf courses and try to get yourself acquainted with them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the beauties of the PGA Championship. You know, like coming in here, it's 64 years since they held a major championship, and you don't know exactly what the golf course is going to give you.
Now Rory off bogey.
He needs a good one to take care of some of the frustration that's crept in.
Bit short. He'll have an uphill putt. We've not seen a lot of those make it to the hole from there. Now it's Jason Day here to move to 2 under. One of the 2 par 5s. He says, I'll wait. Unable to get that one to 7.
Now 7. Minwoo Lee for birdie. Simple putt straight up the hill. Yes, sir. Well done. Gets him to -4. Leading the PGA Championship early in the first round.
Now Fowler for birdie at 6.
A lot of turn.
Perhaps a little too much for Fowler as we head to the par 3 8th. Playing 245 yards. Tracing by Top Tracer, brought to you in partnership with Rolex. Just one birdie on the day at the par 3 8th. Minwoo's going to be short right in that rough. Over to 15.
Max Grazerman for birdie. He's getting -2. And one of the few birdies you'll see here at the long par 4. 546 yards long. 17.
And you think the par 3 8th is tough. What about the 17th? Our co-leader Jaeger for birdie. Remains one shot off as Minwoo Lee went up and grabbed the lead. The 17th, just 4 birdies on the day.
Now Higo for par. What a round of golf.
What a day.
A minute late to the tee. You've given 2 up before you've started, and he fights all the way back to shoot 69, 1 under par. Well done. To 8.
And Sahith. His flag back right today. And David, that's to the right and short.
Yeah, it's back into the wind. Just absolute monster of a hole. Really just trying to get at the front center of the green.
Over to 5.
Very different par 3 experience here. Rory gonna have to give this one a wrap.
Yeah, from this little low area, kind of in the front third of the green, it's going to go up the hill and then kind of straighten out once it gets over that. There you go. That might take care of a little frustration, Scott.
It's all about the bounce back in this game, and unsurprisingly, Rory bogeys 10, birdies 11, bogeys 4, birdies 5. The greats don't stay down for long. Beautiful look overhead. (174 bunkers on this golf course, David. It feels like many are more ornamental, if you will, more for framing purposes. I don't know that the great percentage are in play necessarily.
But with that, the challenge of them is you are looking to try to get the shortest club you can have in so you can get it in the proper section. So you do have to take on some of these bunkers throughout the course of your round.
Here's Rahm.
Well, he's looking a pretty good bit outside the right. That shoulder coming off the back of the green is going to kick hard left.
Just as you suggest, Billy, as he hit it. Just ran out of pace. Back to 6.
Shoffley out of the rough.
Yeah, not a great lie here. 85 yards. Easy to hit something high in the face and leave it short.
So some work to do for Xander as we go back to the 5th.
Up the hill, Billy. Moves to 2 under par. Gorgeous shot to 5. Set that up to 6.
And after missing a short birdie putt, Koepka left off the tee at 6. All things considered from where he was, David.
Very good shot. And he's putting up the slope. Gonna have another good look.
He was talking about putter a moment ago. He might use his driver to putt it in. Everyone chasing Minwoo Lee. He's got a 1-shot lead. Potgieter out early. He hung the 67. Jaeger finishing up. He's on 17. Jordan Spieth, every bit of the conversation in his quest for a career Grand Slam. The stars are out, and we haven't even approached our afternoon featured groups. Opening round. of the 108th PGA Championship. And Cam Young, maybe the one player that can take down Scotty and Rory. Is it his window for a major championship run? He goes off this afternoon at 1:54 p.m., opening round of the PGA.
True or false moments in Phillies sports history. Phillies fans threw batteries at Cardinals outfielder J.D. Drew.
I would believe that was true, unless it was not batteries and something worse.
That is so outlandish, it has to be true.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's nothing against Philly fans. Luckily, I've been on the good side.
There was a courtroom and a jail under Veterans Stadium.
Oh, I think that's false.
That is actually true.
True? Wow. This must be bad.
An Eagles fan was arrested.
True.
For punching a police horse.
A police horse? That's gotta be true.
That is true.
Dang. From San Diego, man, this is tough.
Answer stands.
That is correct. It is true.
I haven't heard the fan side of the story, though.
In 2001, Ty Domi fought Flyers fans inside the penalty box.
Yeah, hockey, true. They love a fight.
Yeah, those fans seem like they'd end up inside the penalty box. Yeah, true.
I gotta look that up. That sounds awesome.
You saw the smile on Spieth's face. He is a very proud Cowboy fan, so having a bit of fun. Philadelphia sports fans are fantastic. 700 level. If you know, you know. We had EAGLES, Eagles chants ringing out this morning here.
I think Stanford for the summer, and they haven't decided for...
They're suffering a bit at the moment just because the Sixers and the Flyers saw their seasons end rather quickly. But here, about 25 miles north of Center City.
Speaking of Spieth, his tee shot at the fourth. Well, he is dialed in with that drive today, Billy. Now up on the green at 6. Here's Xander. To play out of the rough, that was his birdie attempt. A little bit of work left to make par and stay at 2 under. The par 3 8th and Minwoo Lee.
That's really well played and judged there.
He'll have that to remain atop the lead at 4 under. Now Koepka for birdie at 6.
Little errant off the tee. Just another missed putt. You see the frustration.
Yeah, David, he'll look back at this round with some of the opportunities he had to make birdie and score. Up to 6 now in Rory. Miss another fairway from McIlroy. He missed that one right. And David, we've seen that a couple of times out of McIlroy today. I had mentioned battling the rough, and now Sahith back at the par 3 8th out of the bunker. So Theegala, good out. We'll have that to make par at 8.
Here we see Higo after the completion of his round. Apparently this conversation has been going on for a better part of 10 minutes. I mean,
must be about the penalty. He still hadn't turned in his card. It's right in front of him.
So be curious to find out the explanation. It wasn't like he wasn't on property. He's pleading his case about exactly what happened. And again, the time was, he was a minute late. And so when he visits with the media, we'll find out what he had to say about what happened.
He's late to the tee. You know you're late to the tee. Yes, so that's 2 shots. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Now on the tee.
So you're late to the tee was what was said as he made his way a minute late. Now, David, help me understand. Is there wiggle room that perhaps?
Not in. I don't believe so in that situation.
Right.
That his posted tee time was 7:18. They had started announcing. He wasn't there. So there.
If we could welcome Tom Karpus in, and Tom, help me understand and help our viewers understand what might be at issue here.
Well, I'm not sure what he's questioning, but essentially the committee defines the starting point. In fact, you can even see a blue stake in the background when he's walking down. And it's a very generous area for him to be. He has to be inside that starting point with a club and a ball ready to play to be on time. And if the tee time was 7:18, even though he was the 3rd player, all 3 players have to be in that area at 7:18. It doesn't matter the order of play. So at that point, if he's not there with a club and a ball ready to play, he's late to the tee. He gets a 2-stroke penalty. If he's there within 5 minutes, which he was, and it's added to the first hole.
So that conversation continues, and we can get you a shot here in a moment as that conversation continues, just of the logistics of where you're trying to get. And see, that's the putting green there, and then there's that winding path there just behind sort of the clubhouse area that works its way towards the tee that's shared by 1 and 10.
But I think Tom pointed out wisely, you're meant to be there at your posted starting time. It doesn't matter if you're 2nd or 3rd to hit in the group. You have to be there.
All right, well, Marty Smith will be down there to get some details from Higo's vantage point, who, again, much to his credit, a sparkling round of golf after it began that way. To 6.
And Spieth 2nd. Boy, he's got it all working right now, doesn't he?
He really does.
is. I mean, it is impressive right now.
Sink a couple of these putts. He's staring at the lead, but still just 2 shots off and another good look at birdie. Can Min-Woo Lee save par at 8? He'll lose a shot. McIlroy's second at 6.
I love it. I love it.
Billy, I feel like we've been saying that the past couple of holes. McIlroy's having to fight the rough.
Yeah, you can see the frustration as well, Matt.
Got the third for Ricky Fowler. 7. Don't stop there. Look at this, just ever so close.
The ball was sitting down too. That was a heck of a shot.
Even around the greens, the ball will sit down and you get so much grasp between the club face and ball, you're not quite sure how it's going to react. Now over at 8.
And Thigala to save par. He's playing a really good round of golf. That could have gone errant off the tee out of the bunker, but he makes par to remain right now 1 shot off the lead because Min-Woo's going to drop a stroke as he heads to his 18th.
Akshay Bhatia rolls it in beautifully there at 1 to 8.
And Min-Woo Lee for bogey. So he drops a shot at 8. Back to 3 under, 3-way tie with Jaeger and Potgieter.
There are thousands of golf tournaments. The infamous 6-man at the Clarksdale Country Club, and the member guest at Cherokee, and pro-ams and amateur match play events. But really, there are only 4 golf tournaments.
Scotty Scheffler wins in a runaway. J.J. Spahn closes the deal.
Champion golfer of the year.
Rory, the rare repeat winner at Augusta.
This is the PGA Championship.
Present the 2026 PGA Championship. My first round coverage here from Aronimink Golf Club. Here's McIlroy at the 6th.
Touchy pitch shot going down the slope from behind the green. Well done.
Wow, back over at 7. Brooks Koepka from, I'm not so sure what that stuff is.
It's not good.
Third hardest fairway to hit. Just so difficult. Once you get it over the hill, runs so hard downhill to the left.
Can Spieth capitalize for birdie at 6? He sure can. Look out, Jordan Spieth tied for the lead at 3 under. His day started off the tee, and boy, does he look good.
Now we're at 7. Xander Schauffele 2nd. Down the hill, flagstick back. You've seen that's been a popular place. Everybody come up just a bit short. To 9.
Beautiful look here at the par 5 9th. And Rue's lost this well right. Just short of the bunker. To 6.
And McIlroy trying to save par. And Billy, that frustration is going to boil over at some point. Back to 7.
You would certainly think so.
Back over at 7, the 3rd for Koepka.
Yeah, I got a little lucky coming out of that deep stuff. Hit a beautiful shot and left it in that first cut. Rolls this up. Spectacular shot.
Oh, wonderful touch, wonderful shot. He'll have that tap in for par. Now back on the tee at 7. There you see a blind tee shot, dogleg to the right.
Yeah, no chance to cover the bunker on the inside corner, Curtis. You just play it out to the left.
Oh, go hard.
There you see a good look.
Go, 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 go.
Well, you got your wish.
Okay, worked out beautifully. Another fairway hit by Spieth.
Oh, it's been outstanding today, Curtis.
You know, if the course sets up well for him, Billy, don't you think?
I do.
Wider fairways, his imagination around the greens.
I mean, he really hadn't flinched once on a tee shot.
Now let's see if Jon Rahm can take advantage of his length.
That one may have started a little more left than he wanted.
Got more. Got more.
Looks like it crept into the rough, Curtis.
A lot of tee shots will get over there on the left side of that fairway with its slope. The green does open up from the left side or even the rough, more so than the right. You do not want to miss to the right. Now, Rory.
3 holes left. See if you can put something in the fairway and get something going in last 3 holes.
Go. Go.
It's got to go. Ooh, that's in the fescue. That is not pretty.
Billy not sitting too badly. We have see half the ball. Looks like Open Championship rough.
So a round of 69 for Garrick Higgo, which after the start is pretty remarkable. For some context on all of that, we get down now to Marty Smith with Higgo.
Thank you, Scotty. It indeed was a fantastic round of golf today, Garrett. You leave the golf course with a 69, actually shot a 67. You spent about 20 minutes in there pleading your case to the officials about being late this morning. So share with me what your argument was.
I mean, I was obviously, so the rule is that if you're 1 second late, you're late. I was obviously there on time but late. And that's a 2-shot penalty. You have 5 minutes then until you're DQ'd. So, yeah, I guess I could have taken five minutes longer, or just under that. But obviously it's unfortunate. I usually cut it fine. It was cold this morning. I was trying to stay as warm as possible coming from the range. So yeah, I think it shows a lot of mental strength the way I just kept fighting, and it wasn't going to affect my swing or my putting. So
it was tremendous mental strength. Now, kind of put me in the tent over there when you're talking to the officials. What's the back and forth there?
I think it's just trying to find some clarification on yeah, there you go.
So here we see you're on the practice green here.
Yeah, I'm going to hit one putt, and then you'll see me running in a little bit.
Now you're coming down the hill and you interface with the rules official. What does he say to you?
Yeah, he tells me I got a 2-shot penalty
you're
straight away. So I thought it was a little unnecessary, but it's fine.
Good luck.
It is what it is. I mean, my caddy was on the tee box. I had my putt in my hand. Obviously, I didn't have my watch on me. I didn't have my phone with me. I'm already in the clouds a little bit as it is. So it is what it is. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
How do you manage the overall emotion of a day like this where you play really well, but you start that way?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we put so much into this. It's unfortunate that golf has these kind of situations where we get penalized for things that, but it is a rule, and I obviously broke the rule, but it's unfortunate. I would have loved to be 3 under, but I'm 1 under. So hopefully I can make a good story out of it.
So in the end, do you agree with the penalty or not?
Probably not, but it's fine. I was late. I mean, 1 second is tough. How 1 second is tough to define, but I feel like there should be maybe a minute's grace. There's a bunch of times that on tour we tee off 15 seconds after, our tee time, with just starters being a little bit off time, or I've definitely had a few times where I've had to say to the starter, it's already a minute past our time.
So is the prevailing emotion for you leaving here proud of how you played?
Yeah.
Or frustrated with how the day unfolded early?
No, I'm super proud. I mean, I think a lot of guys would have shot a lot after what happened.
Well, very well done, and thank you for taking the time to explain, Garrett.
Yeah.
Scotty?
Thank you.
David, what do you think?
Well, I understand that he's upset about it and he's hurt, but it is very well defined. It's kind of similar to the scoring area as well. When you're done, there is a blue tape, a blue line that you're deemed to have left once you've crossed that. He wasn't in the teeing ground area on time. Simple.
There are many rules of golf, which a lot of folks wish were a little bit less rigid, but is what it is. You see here Min Woo just short of that bunker.
It's just surprising that you would cut it that close, regardless.
Well, in this day and age where we seem to all have our phones at our disposal, with have the giant time right there staring at you, he said he didn't have it with him, and he's penalized, and again shot a beautiful 69 from there to 2.
And Akshay Bhatia for birdie. Akshay had a good start to his season. He's having a good start to this tournament at 2 under. And this is the side to take advantage of, David.
Absolutely.
Really 1 through 7 you can go get.
You can, and it's a good way to pad your score because you got some monster holes on the back 9.
Now that is 7. Rory out of the deep fescue. That's all he could do. It's easy. There you see the slope. It's such a different shot from the first cut there from the fairway. We have work still left to do. Not a long hole, but still have to put it in play off the tee. Now John Rahm's second.
He's got 153 yards, Curtis, and he and Adam trying to figure out, but hole location in the back.
Billy, much wind at all out there?
Yeah, it's right back in his face. I'm looking at the grandstands behind the green, Curtis, and yeah, it's a substantial wind, so can definitely knock some of the yardage off. But 153 of the hole, I think if he carries this somewhere around 135, should have some forward hop in it.
Fortunate the flagstick is in the back portion of the green.
That's a nice strike and a great line.
Easy. It all depends on the lie. To 9.
And the third for Minwoo. It's a very flat green as opposed to so many others out here. Minwoo will have that to get back to 4.
Now Jordan.
Yeah, right at 139 yards. And I think all that is a refocus there, Curtis. I mean, he's been so dialed in today. The clarity with every shot has been there.
And his distance control today has been remarkable.
It really has. It looked like he tried to take enough off that 9-iron there, David. Now he's got some issues with the putter.
Now the work begins. Look at the slope that's halfway between his ball and the flagstick. That's the beauty of Aronimink. A lot of bumps and bruises in these greens. To 8.
And Fowler's tee shot at the 245-yard par 3.
Yahtzee! That's a 7-wood.
Ricky kind of shrugged after he hit it. I'm not sure why. That is one of the best we've seen all day.
I think I need a 7-wood.
Maybe a 9-wood in there as well. Look at this.
I don't think it was turning like he expected.
It turned just enough. We've only seen one birdie at 8 today.
Now Jaeger on 18 for birdie. And will join putt Gator with a round of 67. Excellent start. You see he took advantage of that front side. That will certainly be a theme throughout. To 8.
And Bryson.
That's a 5-iron. That's really thick grass over there.
And John, I've counted at least 3 times where Bryson has missed an iron yards right of his target today.
Yeah, it's not clicking by any stretch.
To 9 in the third for Thigala from some very, very deep rough, which surrounds this green at the par 5. He's looking down at it a bit, frustrated, but will still have an opportunity.
Now this is when I think the golf course becomes tough around the greens. When you miss them, there's so much movement in the greens. It's hard to judge not so much the line, but the speed. Flagstick back, so that'll make it a little bit easier.
Pretty well done.
Yep, good lead.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at pgajrleague.com. It is a beautiful Thursday. Cool enough to wear a sweater, still a little wind. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1, 2. Hello, neighbor.
It's the highest our sport gets, right?
Jordan Spieth, who's trying to make history, trying to become another career Grand Slam winner.
Certainly, having won the other 3, it's an elephant in the room for me. It's a goal of mine.
That would be the #1 coolest thing that could happen to me going forward in this sport, I think. Would it creep into my head on a Sunday in contention? Probably. Can I embrace that and use that as an advantage? That would be kind of the fun test.
And you see how Spieth has done in his attempt to join that most exclusive club in the game. Outside of last year when he missed the cut, he has at least been part of the. And here on Thursday, he is putting himself squarely in the mix as he's tied for the lead, but has quite a bit of work here to 2-putt. Walking up after it.
Well, if I had to pick one guy, this would be the guy. And that was really good for Morris guy.
You see, he's never led or co-led after any round of the PGA Championship in his career. 47 rounds in to 8, and Bryson.
His second shot missed the green short and right. That just encapsulates the morning and early afternoon Bryson DeChambeau has had. He is +7.
Now the par putt for Rory, up the hill, right to left. Well, another misstep off the tee.
He's missed a lot of putts on the high side today, Curtis.
There's a lot of movement in these greens, in which these players are really not used to on a day-to-day basis.
As we take a look from above Aronimink, we welcome Keith Mitchell to the booth, kind enough to join us after a round of 73, which there's a smile on your face, but
it's 7 better than you told me not to shoot. So.
Okay, so here's how this goes. I say, hey, you want to join us? And I said, just don't go shoot 80 because, well, then you're not going to want to come see us and we're going to have a hard time. Anyway, but describe the conditions that you encountered today.
The back nine's playing a lot more difficult in the front, and it was extremely cold this morning. And I say extremely cold, like we've been playing in some hot weather the last couple weeks. So the golf ball was flying 10, 15 yards shorter than we were used to this morning with some dew on the ground. So that was probably the biggest struggle that we had.
I walked with you a bit during some of the practice rounds. The wind was howling yesterday. In terms of what you practiced in versus what we're seeing today weather-wise, is it a different wind?
It's definitely a different direction, and it's a little calmer. But the biggest difference is the fairways have just a little water in them, and the ball was like skidding down off there. Usually they plug. This was they were skidding and still rolling. So it was a lot harder to keep the ball in the fairway, but it looks like it's drying up a little bit this afternoon, which is better for the fairways, but worse for the greens.
All right, so the invitation was to come hang out, give us some context on what we are going to see, what you've encountered. So thanks for being with us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, here we go. We will get out to the action on the golf course and check in on Spieth, trying to say par here on 7.
A little bit downhill from left to right. Keith, explain to the viewer the movement and the greens are so busy, how it relates to you guys playing, you know, more flatter type surfaces in modern day golf courses.
It definitely has the old school Northeast feel where a lot of greens are sloped back to front. And like here you have Bryson, you get in the wrong spot and it's unbelievably difficult to get up and down regardless of what lie you have. That slope right there is probably 4, 5, 6 feet high. It's amazing what Gil and Donald buried under these greens.
All right, Thigala here. One that you could try to hoop, but he's shaking his head frustrated. That third didn't stay on the green, but still a beautiful start for Saad. Around under par. Should be 68. And it is.
Back at 7. Rory for par. And Keith, just for bogey, I'm sorry. And Keith, just to continue that conversation, you know, the old golf courses that are well over 100 years old, they were built with a lot of slope, but they were running 7 on the step meter. And that's the difference for those who haven't played a lot of golf around the country, that the modern day golf courses with the speed of the greens, a bit flatter.
Absolutely. But still, these greens are big enough in size that you still have a hitting area that you can play to. It just makes putting so much more difficult.
And the struggles continue there for DeChambeau on 8. Been a rough start for him. Now Minwoo to get back to 4 and the lead on his own. Not quite, but still. Minwoo in his 5th PGA Championship. 67, his best opening round. Same could be said for Thigala, who played alongside. To 8.
Can Fowler make birdie? After a terrific tee shot of the 8th, there's only been 1 on the day. Keith, how difficult is the 8th today?
Well, there's the first time I think I've ever hit lumber into 2 separate par 3s. And both of them were 7-woods, and 8 being one of those.
Now Batia for birdie, his 3rd in a row.
That would have been a great birdie. That whole location is incredibly difficult. Maybe only 3 or 4 over that bunker while it slopes away from you off the green.
Nevertheless, good par and a wonderful start for the young man.
Now Bryson for double at the 8th.
He's got to make one eventually.
There it is.
There you go, John.
Just had to be for the right number.
What a card.
Of course, his last hole in a major this year was 18 at Augusta National. Made big number, missed the cut, and now he's off to an awful start here. Adam Scott, whose swing, whose physique, whose face refuses to age.
Timeless. The guy's getting longer as he gets older.
Just a spectacular talent, world-class gentleman as well. He starts with a beautiful tee shot. Meanwhile, up at the green, so Henley. This is an excellent major championship player. Folks trying to handicap, how does he fit in a golf course where maybe it'll be really low come the weekend? Well, that's a pretty good answer, how he starts. And here's Bryson, maybe unloading a bit of frustration.
How difficult, Keith, did you find it today to get the golf ball in the proper section of the greens to eliminate those big rises, huge breaks, those types of putts from 40, 45 feet?
I tell you what, if you're not in the fairway, it's almost impossible to get to the section. So if you get in the fairway, you might have a look like JT has here, where you can hit it below the hole, you can putt right back up to it with just a slight bit of break. And just like that, like there's a few holes on the front, number 1, number 2, number 5, where you can actually take on some of these pins, and good for JT to just get a good start out of the gate.
He and Henley both begin with birdie 3s on the first, now to 8.
And Sanders tee shot.
Very deceiving there. When you stand on that tee box, it looks like you want to miss left, but it's crazy to think the right rough, it might be easier than that shot that Xander has.
Xander kind of an up and down day, still 1 shot off the lead, now to 13 and block for birdie. Okay, back to even par, the short par 4 13. It's been interesting to see how many people get aggressive with it or lay back. Now Grazeman for birdie at the 17th.
Another huge mound right there he just went over. That is absolutely incredible. That mound, that putt might have broken 3 or 4 feet there.
We have another player at 3 under, and it's Max Grazeman, who joins Minwoo Lee, Jaeger, and Potgieter at 3 under. Aerial coverage brought to you by Goodyear Eagle. Fast is in us. High above Aronimink, first round of the PGA Championship. Still have some of the world's best, including Scotty Scheffler. Just about a half hour from his tee time, he'll go off with Matt Fitzpatrick and Justin Rose. His story's yet to be told as we are off and running first round of the PGA Championship.